Good morning, Boker Tov, Gmar Tov. For those of you, I would say early birds, but who are here right on time, welcome right on time for this auspicious morning. Those of you already joining us here in the sanctuary, the many of you watching us from home, on Facebook and on YouTube. Whatever time of day it is for you, it's morning here, and it is the morning of this day of atonement, of Yom Kippur. So we're going to begin now and for the next 40 minutes or so with Marcus and Rebecca, with Leo and with Reverend Derek, and with all of you to just get into tune, to just stretch ourselves into this day of consciousness and meaning. Dear friends who are helping usher and host us here, thank you for helping welcome everyone. Thank you for being here with us in sacred space. Thanks for all the crew and tech team, all the folks outside. Can we actually close the doors to the sanctuary? Thank you. So those who are joining us are joining sacred space. Thank you. Wherever you are right now, I invite you to really just feel your feet on the ground if you are able. We'll keep on coming this day again and again to our body with all of our body challenges on this day in which we challenge our body so that we can be so much more present, healthy, attuned. Close your eyes for a moment. So many distractions within and beyond. Find your quiet place inside, your sanctuary. If I was lucky enough to be Leo's roommate, then maybe every morning there would be this sacred music helping me get grounded and wake up. But we're not roommates. We get to hang out today and on other special sacred moments. So I, like many of you, have come up with my own way to bring sacred music into every morning and to wake up into more consciousness inside my body and my soul. And all through those many, many long days and months and years of COVID, I, like many of us, developed practices to help me start each day not in anxiety, but with some sense of joy. And our yoga teachers will be here soon. I don't think Stefan's here yet, nor Aura. But they encouraged me to get a yoga mat. And every morning I would roll it open, then I'd roll it back, even though it was just me at home. And those of us who roll open the yoga mat every morning, yes? Anyone? Well, okay, I'm not saying a lot of yoga mat rollers, but as a metaphor for getting ready each day for the new day, another way to roll our mat each day is to be wrapping ourselves in the shawl, in our security blanket, in our ancestral hug. So some of you, I see, already have yourself wrapped up in your talit, and some might not have one today, and that's okay. First, you should know, those of us here in the room, there is a rack of talitot out in the lobby that we inherited from some synagogue. So if you feel like wrapping yourself with an ancestral shawl today, there is an option for the real fabric. But if you want to just feel the imagined hug of your most favorite and hallowed ancestor, whether you knew them or not, you too can wrap yourself this morning in this extra layer, extra level of protection and love. So this is how we do this, friends. We take our prayer shawl, our talit, and we bring in a little yoga stretch into it. You've seen me do this before, and if you haven't, here we go. You take the talit in front of you as though you are folding a large, beloved sheet, and you stretch your hands. Oh, that alone is worth some yoga brownie points. So even those at home, if you're sitting or standing, I invite you, stretch your hands straight ahead of you. Stuart, I'm not saying you're doing it. This is good for everyone. And then in a slow motion, you give your shoulders a roll. Oh. Then another one, and another one. And then you put the talit around your shoulders, and then you give yourself this hug. And really feel the stretch, both in your muscles and your heart muscle, as we put this extra skin on us today, to have a bit of a thicker skin, because we're going to go into some, potentially some tricky places. That's what this day is about. We're here to work. This is a workout day inside. So join me with the bracha, the blessing. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu ruach haolam, asher kidshanu b'mitzvotav, tzivanu lehit'atef, to be wrapped betzitzit. Feeling it? So this is how we're entering sanctuary this morning, by building it together. Take a look around. Just a few of us here still. This minyan, catch someone's eye to say hello. Notice how the sanctuary will be filled with more of us soon. So let us build a sanctuary.
prepare me to be a sanctuary,
pure and holy, tried and true, with thanksgiving will be a living sanctuary for you. Love, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true, with thanksgiving I'll be a living sanctuary for you. Love, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true, with thanksgiving will be a living sanctuary for you. What does it mean to be a sanctuary, friends? If you notice this on the slide, the M of me is capitalized and the Y of you is capitalized. And that is sort of a theological, psychological reminder that whatever sanctuary we are building inside, the me and you, this Shiviti relationship between mystery and self, between me and you, is so elusive. The veil is thin today. And we are here today inside a sanctuary that we are co-creating, a sacred space, a safer space to be our most vulnerable selves, including all the places where we know we feel we don't belong. All the places where we bring our failings. All the places, all the senses where we feel like there is work to do. And if you are sitting here feeling, I ain't got no work to do, well, awesome. Good for you. So dig a little harder. Because if it ain't yours, it is ours. Because there's work to do. Today's sanctuary is the sanctuary of atonement. Today's mikdash is the mikdash of tikkun. So let us sing this together as we prepare ourselves with love. And the original words, Lord knows, Reverend Derek has sung this plenty with, Lord, prepare me. And we are, with respect, replacing Lord with love. Getting us prepared with love to be a sanctuary. So I really invite us all to go inside and say, what is it that today I am preparing? What will I put on the altar of atonement today that needs my attention between the me and you? And with thanksgiving, with a gratitude for this day, for this work, let's take this not for granted, for showing up early to do the sacred avodah, this holy work. Let's sing this one more time.
Oh,
Love, prepare me
to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true, sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true, with thanksgiving, will be a living sanctuary for you. Love, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true, with thanksgiving, will be a living sanctuary for you.
So as we're just getting warmed up, hello to our friends from Brooklyn. Welcome. And welcome friends from wherever you are. You must have woken up early today to be here, bright and early, wherever you are online and at home. I want to share with you a morning meditation that came to us from London. The slide in front of us says, Shiviti Havaya lenegdi tamid. I imagine, I visualize the divine in my presence always. And this was created by our friend Jacqueline Nichols in London, who every morning when she wakes up takes a bowl of water, as is done in Orthodox homes, and washes her hands is the first thing she does. Nagelwasser, it's called. Anyone done it? Familiar with it? It's kind of hardcore Orthodox. Chani, you're like, yeah, I did that. So I don't do that anymore. But what Jacqueline did this year in preparation for today, she took the very first dab of morning water, and with her ink, she wrote the word Shiviti, and then she splashed it. So what you're seeing are her morning tears, her morning wakefulness, taking this intention of Shiviti and letting it weep, and letting it seep, and letting it melt into the day. As a kavanah, as an intention for us today, let weeping come. Let sweat and tears. Let our hearts open wide as we delve into this invitation of Shiviti, of being here. And we invite us, friend, as we are gathered in the sanctuary on this morning, to find your inner Shiviti, your inner place of equanimity. It ain't going to come by itself. So feel it in your posture as you sit here now. If you're just joining us, sit quietly. Feel your feet on the ground. Find your breath. Rise if it's helpful. Sit tall if that is what will get you there. More people will be joining us. It will get crowded. To not be distracted, find your inner Shiviti till you come back to it again and again. Eyes closed is probably not a bad beginning. Shiviti, friends, we see each other. This brave new morning of repair. That word Havaya. Feel it in your breath as you breathe in and out, as we breathe in and out this word. Havaya. It takes the entire out breath. Havaya. One more time. This is one of the words that spell transcendence. It's just a word that means I'm here now. Whether I chose to or not, and it's a choice, I'm here now. So right now, we are choosing here, now. Havaya. And on the morning of this Yom Kippur, we pause our regular programming. We interrupt the day-to-day to say, I'm here and I'm now, and I got some shit to fix. So maybe one does not say S words on the stage, but last night, right here on this bima, we were lucky to be met by a Kabbalah teacher, our friend Melila Helner Eshed, and by our Sensei Koshin from the Zen Center, who taught us about the Zohar of Zen and the Zen of Zohar. And Koshin shared a very short story that Rebecca and I thought would be good to share with us this morning as we prepare. Right, a bunch of you were with us in person, online, so not a bad one to repeat as we move into the rest of this day's work. So Koshin was talking about Manny, who is the custodian in the building where the Zen Center is. Manny is in charge of cleaning the trash. A noble task. And one day Koshin comes to their building and he sees that 40 bags of trash out on the sidewalk have been opened up. And there's a heap of trash on the sidewalk. Yikes. New York sidewalk, early in the morning, a lot of trash. Doesn't look good, doesn't smell good. And in the middle of this heap of trash, he sees Manny standing there and says, "Good morning, Koshin." Koshin says, "Good morning, Manny. What are you doing?" He says, "I'm cleaning up the shit. And I'm going to start with this very first piece of shit in my hand. And then I'm going to get to the entire bag and every single one of them." And Koshin said to us last night that that's the essence of the work. You do not start with what there isn't. You start with what there is. Because every single one of us is Manny, and we are here to clean up after ourselves. If you are human, maybe also AI, I'm not sure exactly, chances are you got some stuff to work on. Some glitches to fix. Definitely if you are AI. So if you already have your top 5 lists of glitches and fixes that you need to work on today in your internal settings, great. If not, please use the next minutes and hours to do so. Today we're here to clean up after ourselves. To clean our shit, which is so sacred because it's yesterday's feast. That is simply in process. Isn't compost wonderful? That's what we're doing here today. We're composting. So thank you, Koshin. Thank you, Manny. Thank you, every single one of us, for doing this work together. And we go into gratitude for doing this work together. When you're doing it, I'm doing it. When you're doing it, he's doing it. So Derek, want to lead us maybe with an intention into our gratitude, into our thank yous?
I would like for us to sit quietly for just a moment. And so often we want to be grateful for actions and things that we can picture, things that we can put a name to, things that we can possibly touch that are tangible. Today, I would like our gratitude to be much larger than that. How do we be grateful for something larger than that? I would like for us to be grateful for being. grateful for being. Now, that word may sound very simple and it may sound very esoteric, but it actually holds so much. Because we are human beings, we are blessed to make a difference. We are blessed to love. We are blessed to hold the good things in our hearts. We are blessed to cry over the hard things in our world. And we are blessed to heal and to help heal. And so today, be grateful. Let us have an intention of discerning what it means to be and thinking what it means to be grateful for being.
As we sing this Modeh, I want to invite us to do 2 rounds of gratitude. The first one being over something that today I know I need to work on. Something in myself that feels like wrong, transgression, missed the mark, a habit, a pattern, a behavior. Something I do that I'm grateful for awareness this morning so I can pay attention to today. This is not an easy one. This isn't, I'm grateful for sunshine. Where are the rainstorms inside? Even those are awesome too. So let's go inside to make this list, my friend, and start with one thing. This morning we are grateful for that's holding us back. What's on our shit list that we're going to clean today? One by one. Let's sing this and let it come to you if it isn't there already. לפניך רוח חי וקיים. מודה אני לפניך רוח חי וקיים. מודה אני לפניך רוח חי וקיים. מודה אני לפניך רוח חי וקיים. A model. I'm grateful this morning to be aware of the fact that I, more often than I'd like, look at what there isn't instead of what there is. And I go into negativity and notice the missing instead of what's present. I've been working on it, but it's back. So I'm acknowledging this, and I want to work on this today. And that is just number 4 on my list. That's what I feel comfortable enough, vulnerable, publicly sharing. And I'm wondering if there's anyone else here today vulnerable enough to share number 8 on your list. Don't go for the top. And if you're on the screen today, if you feel comfortable sharing it in the comments, we see you. We witness each other's work. What's on your thank you list today of what to fix and notice and repair? Feel free to say it out loud. Franny. Thank you, Franny, for bringing impatience, slowing down as a lifelong mission, starting again today. You are seen. Thank you. One more. For internalized homophobia. Whoever you are, however you are, wherever you are, the internalized homophobia that brings self-hate into our lives. Thank you for vulnerably sharing that painful truth. One more. In what way today are we grateful for something we need to work on that we don't often share, not even with ourselves, let alone with a room of strangers? Please. It's hard to hear, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for sharing the pain of comparing ourselves with others and the hurt that brings, the disappointment, needlessly, when there's so much already, completely unique. Thank you. Say this to yourself. Say these, share these with the people sitting next to you, and most importantly with you. Let's keep on singing this list of gratitudes. This is the day to do the work. And gratitude is such a great way to begin. sing with open mouths. Let your vocal cords stretch wide. And say this loud and proud. We're saying thank you for the work we've come to do in the sanctuary, in this temple of atonement.
Modeh ani lefanecha ruach chai vekayam. Modeh ani lefanecha ruach chai vekayam. Modeh ani lefanecha ruach chai vekayam.
Ruach chai vekayam. Ruach is spirit and wind and breath. Chai means life. What's happening inside your veins, our veins right now. And Vekayam means what is right now. With every single one of our imperfections, we are perfectly Ruach Chai Vekayam. And on most days, we choose to look away from what needs to be fixing. But not today. Today, with eyes wide closed and then wide open, we spotlight one or two or more things that our individual and public selves calls for atonement. For being impatient with ourselves and with others, for internalized hate, for being the divine beings that we are, for comparing ourselves with others, for seeing the negative instead of what the beautiful is with all its challenges. מודה אני לפניך, מודים אנחנו לך, רוח חי וקיים, שחזרת בי נשמתי. For bringing us back in body and soul to be present, בחמלה, with compassion, with self-love, with empathy. רבה אמונתך, there is so much trust. So much trusting that we can do this work. Hineni. Say it with me. Hineni.
Hineni.
Here we are.
Slow down, child, slow down. Slow down and listen to the wind. All comes together, all falls apart, forming anew your beating heart. Slow down, child. The rocks are your keepers. Tell them your stories. Now it is safe to be here. The river flows from within you to where you will go. spirit. Fire my 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 spirit. Earth my body, water my blood, air my breath, and fire my spirit. Earth my body, water my blood, air my breath, and fire my spirit. Hineni, 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 oh, here I am. Hineni, 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 oh, here I am. A river flows from within you to where you will go. The current carries you home. Let your life unfold. Slow down, child, slow down. Slow down and you will receive. Life wants to meet you where you are, not where you think you should be. Slow down, child, slow down. Slow down, and then you will be shown the love that was always lifting you up. You are never
Is this thing on? Oh, okay, great. Shana Tova and Gmar Tov. Welcome to Lab Shul's Yom Kippur 5783, back at Tribeca Performing Arts Center. We are so glad you've chosen to atone with us and begin a new year together. Get comfortable. If you are joining us online at your home, thank you for inviting us into your living room. Take a look around. Feel at home. We are so glad to be back in this beautiful auditorium in Manhattan. Take a deep breath. And another. You are here now. We gratefully acknowledge the Munsi Lenape people on whose ancestral homelands we gather on this new year, as well as the diverse and vibrant Native communities who make their home here today. This is sacred space and sacred time. A little more housekeeping. Please take a moment now to mute all electronic devices, even if you're at home. Later, please feel free to use the LabShul hashtags to share about your experience online. Please take note of all exits in case of an emergency. In line with our commitment to equity, love, and justice, we ask that you please keep your mask on when indoors to ensure the safety of our entire community. Many of us will be fasting throughout Yom Kippur, so please be mindful. First time at LabShul? So glad to have you with us. Not your first LabShul experience? Welcome back. We are an everybody-friendly, artist-driven, God-optional community, and we are excited to begin this new year together with familiar faces and new friends. If you are Jewish, Jew-ish, Jew lover, a believer, a questioner, curious, if you have ever felt marginalized or alone in any spiritual space, we've got you. And if you aren't really sure how you ended up here today, welcome. You're in the right place. We are about to begin a new year together. Take a breath. Here we go. Shana Tova.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Shana Tova, Gmar Tov. For those of you just joining us, for those of you with us online and here, welcome back. This morning we're taking the time for atonement. And we began earlier today with taking our time for thank yous. First of all, thanking every single hand and heart for being part of this production. So take a look around. There are many people on stage, off stage, online, in front of the house. The amazing people here at TPAC, the entire LabShul team. Thank you, everyone, for co-creating this sanctuary. And thank you all for being part of it and showing up. I want to thank on behalf of Sarah, who's in front of the house, making sure that we are all welcomed. So don't forget to thank each other as we leave here today, many hours from now. You would have noticed that we decided not to have printed programs today. If you are here with us, these postcards have a QR code that we encourage you to use your phone and scan it. You've been to enough restaurants by now to know how. And then on it you will find a guide with more about what's happening today. The who and what, the storytelling sources, how to donate, how to volunteer, what LabShul is about. If you're at home, just go to labshul.org and you will see the High Holy Day tab waiting for you with extra information. Just don't go elsewhere on the web. Stay focused, everybody. Let's really be here now. In case you do feel here in the space a little distracted and you want to get your hands to do the holy work, outside we have these tables with a DIY Shiviti option to make your own visual plaques that remind you to be present. Such beautiful work has been made already over Rosh Hashanah. So if you need 10 minutes to just cut and paste and create your own Shiviti, all ages, get into it. I know the kids and teens and tweens already did some great work, and they will today. So help yourself by doing so. There you go. We have one eager artist right there. Livne, we can't wait for your Shiviti.
Yeah.
And I finally want to say that as we began our thank yous this morning, we didn't just thank the help, the helpers, the good. We took a moment to thank what's wrong. We took a moment this morning to thank the reasons that we are here today. Because if you're here today, for whatever reason, we're here to spotlight, something in our personal and public selves that needs repair. And if we are here and we are human, there is something in you, in me, in us that requires the attention that it needs repair. A few of us who shared this morning talked about the tendency to look into the negative before the positive and be a grouch. That was me. We talked about self-internalized homophobia. We talked about how we are impatient with ourselves and others. We talked about how we keep comparing ourselves to others. We didn't talk about the big systemic issues yet. So as we start this morning, I want to invite us, please, to sit up in this temple. Feel your body, feel your soul. Stefan is going to join us in a moment on the stage to help us with a yogic sitting and rising. But we are to do work today. So start off by a list, just one thing of what on your list of repair today calls your attention. And thank whatever is on your list. Because today, this day, we're going to give whatever's on our heart some love and some respect and the repair we need to live a life that's better. Stefan, thank you for joining us on the Bima. In a moment, we will stretch into more presence. We begin with this ancient verse reminding us that if there is a divinity, it is sometimes assumed as sovereignty. A king, a queen, a sovereign on the throne of presence, as each one of us right now is. And so to sit and rise in more regal presence, Stefan, a beloved friend of the community and member and teacher, will help us do just that. Thank you for joining us, my friend.
Thank you. So just rock on your feet to begin. Rock back and forth, rolling into the balls of the feet, lifting the heels, and then rocking back onto the heels, lifting the balls of the feet. And then from that movement, begin to move the pelvis back and forth, shifting into the seat so we can feel a forward tilt of the pelvis. And then going back again. Just really easeful, forward and back again. Rocking on the feet, rolling forward and back on the pelvis. Begin to bring the whole spine into the movement. So that it becomes this forward and backwards movement, a wave of both energy and breath in our whole spine, all the way up to the head and the neck. As we breathe in, we rock forward, and as we breathe out, we rock back. And then from there, begin to reach. Let's take our right arm up towards the ceiling. And exhale it down. And then take the left arm up. And exhale that down. And you can take that right arm up again and maybe go over to the side a little bit. And exhale it down. And bring that left arm up. And back down. One more time. Let's take that right arm up. Now as that right arm comes up and down. And our left arm up. And as that left arm comes down, let's bring it onto the right knee and begin to rotate. Look over your right shoulder. And as you look over the right shoulder, maybe smile at someone behind you. Get really tall from your seat as you look over that shoulder. And then inhale it back into center. And as we come back into center, we just change the sides, lifting up really tall, rotating through our torsos. Letting that exhalation complete that rotation. Another exhaling here. And then inhaling back to center. As we rock forward again, arching into the back. Bring the chest forward, pull the heels back, and let's use our legs to lift us up out of the seat. Standing up really tall. And as we stand up really tall, can we feel the four corners of either foot, the base of our big toes, and our outer heels, and the base of our pinky toes and our inner heels, and from those points of the feet, the energy up through the body, through the crown of the head. And as we breathe in, arch the back slightly, even gaze upwards. And as we breathe out, can we let that back body get wide and bend into our knees and sink into ourselves just for a moment. And then inhale, both arms can stretch up and out over the head. And then again, exhale, coming into ourselves, rounding. And again, inhale, lengthen up, maybe stretch the arms up if you're able. And exhale back into ourselves, rounding one more time. Let's lift and extend up. And exhale the hands down with our hands on our hearts. Standing upright and even, close the eyes for a moment. And as we breathe, can we sense the breath dropping down into the body? So with every inhalation, we drop down into the body. We feel the feet onto the floor. And with every exhalation, we feel like we can get a little bit taller, a little bit stronger, drawing up from the earth's energy into our body. And again, inhaling, grounding down through the feet, feeling the earth beneath us. And exhale, rising up. Feeling how tall we can be with our hands on our hearts. Taking another breath here, sensing the circulation into the body, the liquid nature of our body. And then very gently, using our feet as our strength, our legs as our foundation, bend the knees, reaching back down into the seat until we land rounded again, making ourselves comfortable.
Thank you, Stefan.
Shokein ad marom vekadash Shema tzadikim b'Adonai, la'yesharim nava tehila. Befi yesharim titromam, ובצוותי צדיקים תתברך, ובלשון חסידים תתקדש, ובקרב קדושים
Stefan, thank you for getting us to feel our spines, to stand taller if we're able to. Good morning, friends. As more and more of us are gathering inside this co-created sanctuary, today, the day of Yom Kippur, we focus on the fourth word of our intention for this year. Shiviti Havaya Lenegdi Tamid. The fourth word is Tamid. Tamid means always. So if we are invited to be in focus and in presence, in the presence of the infinite, the intimate, each other, then the last word is always, not just on this one day of the year. Back in its day, there was a temple in Jerusalem where our people worshipped the divine. And on that temple, in the courtyard, was an altar. And on that altar, every morning, every night, an offering was given. A lamb, paid for by the community. And every morning and every night, a pillar of smoke went from earth to heaven. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, there was a vertical pillar of smoke connecting heaven to earth and earth to heaven. And everybody who came to that temple for miles around saw that pillar of smoke and knew that the lights are on in the kitchen, that somebody is home, that we are connected, that we are protected, that there is an ongoing practice of presence, of connection, of the attempt to be. Well, there is no more temple on that mountain now. There is a mosque and a beautiful place of worship and conflict. But that Tamid, which was the name of that sacrifice, Tamid, morning Tamid, evening Tamid, that always lives on in our hearts. So on this day, if you are here to atone for something that might need repair in your own personal life, and how can there not be? And in our collective agenda, We're beginning it with this notion of Tamid, of being present, spines straight, hearts open, feet on the ground, heads headed to the heavens. This is the day of mortality, fragility, honesty, where we get to try a little harder to be better at being. Shiviti. Take a look around. Catch another pillar of smoke rising from the ground up to the heavens. Greet each other with your eyes. Those of you joining us online, welcome. We invite you too to rise, if you are able to, in full body and spirit, inside this temple, the sacred space and time. Invite us, as we were just taught, to sit slowly, savoring this being.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu, ruach haolam, yotzer or uvoreh choshech, oseh shalom uvoreh et hakol. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu, baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu, yotzer haolam, yotzer oreh choshech, oseh shalom uvoreh et hakol.
Baruch Ata Adonai, Abocher Banu Be'ahava. Tamid, eternal, Tamid always brings us into a new pronunciation of divine. Ari, will you take us through our Shema slides? Many of us grew up with this pronunciation. Adonai, 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 Lord, God. Tamid, eternal, forever and ever in time and space, brings us to Havaya. A rearrangement of the letters, just enough to get you lost and found. This morning, we bring you all of the letters so that you may dance in between them. Find your own body inside these letters. Sing in full presence. Wrestle with existence and say, thank you. To sing in the changing of letters reveals an architecture, a new cosmology, a new way. Just break things a little bit so you can see through those cracks.
Shem Kivon Malchut Leolam Va'ed Baruch Shem Kivon Malchut Leolam ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשוכבך ובקומך וקשרתם לאות על ידיך והיו תותפות בין עיניך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך we lift the Lord wash over us we
Those images we just saw from the Webb telescope, deep, deep into space, that is Tamid. That is what eternal, I guess, looks like. But what does it feel like to know that we are one tiny particle as part of this? Those of you who've been with us for some time know that we take liberties with our liturgies, as Shira just taught us, and that we very often truncate our hefty prayer books into just 4 main words. And I know you know them, so say them please with me. Thanks.
Thanks.
Wow.
Wow.
Oops. And please. That is our prayer book. And we expand today and other days because the music and the poetry just wants to be together. But on this day of Kippur, in this presence of Tamid, of so much spaciousness that we are part of, we are invited to take responsibility for these 4 words in ways we might not on any other day? What does it mean as one small particle in space to take responsible for how I love, for how I think, for what's my oops, for how I ask for help, for my most inner self, and for whatever is in out there to help me, we be better. So here's another favorite from our prayer world, Tamid. And I invite you to, as we sing this, figure out who you are singing these words to, starting with yourself and rippling out to those, and not just human, who are and is your life, our life.
I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm
would ask me to speak after that? I've been asked to speak a little bit about my Shiviti experience over the past few months. This has really shifted me on this space inside that is never going to readjust itself back. It's opened me in a way that I am still discerning, and it's a beautiful thing. One day I decided to take a walk. I never take time for myself, and I just stopped, walked out my door, and then 6,636 steps later, according to the tracker on my phone, I found myself at one of my favorite places that I always ignore, the Little Red Lighthouse. The Little Red Lighthouse underneath the George Washington Bridge. And one of the things I noticed about the Little Red Lighthouse is that, number one, I love lighthouses. It just is such a beautiful space and such a beautiful moment whenever you're there in New York City. However, I was thinking about the presence and Shiviti and what all of that meant being in the presence and being in the here and being in the now. And I thought about the simultaneity of that. The simultaneity of being in the moment also means, and being in the present also means that you are in the past and you're in the churning of what is becoming the future. And I walked to the edge of the water right there at the Little Red Lighthouse. And at the Mahicantuck River, which we know as the Hudson River, the indigenous folk named it that because it means the river that flows in two directions. And that is the most amazing thing about the Hudson River. It flows in two directions. But at this area, at the edge of the Little Red Lighthouse, there is a vortex where these two ways of moving of the water actually come together and spin around. And they just seem to meet and speak with one another. And I felt them speaking about the pollution. I felt them speaking about the changing landscape of Manhattan Island. I felt them speaking about the pain that they felt, but also the joy of knowing that no matter what, nothing is going to destroy it. That vortex seemed to be saying that. And then when I looked up, it opens up into the northern part of the Hudson River, and you see the hills that lead all the way up into Westchester and up the Hudson. And if I wasn't thinking about being in the present moment, I never would have understood all of that. And I thought that that's what being present really is being present to what this vortex can teach us, because it also was filtering out all the mess that we make. And it is such a beautiful notion. So the Mahicantuck River is a special place. But then I also thought about the lighthouse itself and the purpose of the lighthouse. Many of you may have read The Little Red Lighthouse, and you know that this lighthouse was to be decommissioned, but people fought for this lighthouse to stay. They fought and fought for this lighthouse to stay. And I used to live in Cape May, New Jersey, and I climbed up the Cape May Lighthouse, and I am amazed by the light and the Fresnel. And I think we have a slide of a Fresnel lamp. Look at that lamp. That thing is about 5 feet tall, and it looks so alien. And yet, it is present. It is in the present to save lives, to show direction, and to give guidance. And it, along with the vortex, has this beautiful way of promising that there is hope, that there is help, and that life, when we are present to it, is always presenting us with opportunities for clarity, for something new. And this light, this Fresnel that reaches for miles, enables us to be miles away and to see a symbol of hope if we are only present to it. So the final slide is just to show you this is the reach of that Fresnel, this beacon of light that is present for sailors, that is present for us. So all of this happened at the Little Red Lighthouse just because Rabbi Amakai said to me, we're going to be doing this thing called Shiviti this year. What do you think? And he knows that I don't take things lightly. So for months, this has been Shiviti for me. A light that shines, that is hope. A vortex that filters out the pain of our trauma and history and opens up into something beautiful and a vision of what can be. And that's a pretty good old thing for Shiviti to be.
Tamid. I think we are invited to be each other's lighthouse today, in our own lighthouse.
ופי יגיד תהילתך יהיו לרצון אמרתי והגיון ליבי לפניך אדוני, 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 צורי, אדוני, צורי,
מיסוד חכמים ונבונים ומלמד דת מבינים הבטחה פי בתפילה ובתחנונים לחלות ולחנן פני רוח מלאכי המלאכים ואדוני
ברוך אתה הוויה אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו ואימותינו אלוהי אברהם אלוהי יצחק ואלוהי יעקב אלוהי שרה אלוהי רבקה ואלוהי רחל ואלוהי לאה האל הגדול הגיבור והנורא אל עליון גומל חסדים טובים וקונה הכל וזוכר חסדי אבות ואימהות ומביא גאולה לבני בניהם למען שמו באהבה עוזר ומושיע ומגן Baruch אתה אדוני מגן אברהם ועזת שרה אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני מחיי מתים אתה רב להושיע מוריד הטעם מחלקי חיים בחסד מחיי מתים ברחמים רבים סומך נופלים ורופא חולים ומתיר אסורים ומקיים אמונתו לשני עפר מלחמות לבעל גבורו ומיתו מדע רוח לביט ומחיי ומצדיע ישועה מחמוך על הרחמים זוכר יצוריו ברך לחיים ברחמים ברוך אתה מחיי
Today we take responsibility for where and how we didn't do enough and how we harmed every single small and big oops on our list today, the private and the public. Today we fast as one more way to take this day completely seriously. And one of our communal members, partners, Paul Adam, wrote to us yesterday suggesting that we frame today's fast as a general strike. This is a hunger strike. This is a hunger strike for justice. So in just a moment, we are going to hold our chests, our hearts. Perhaps you'll strike with every single one of our alphabetical suggestions for we've gone wrong. Perhaps you want to just hold your heart or even massage it for the many, many ways we've harmed ourselves. We've harmed each other. We've harmed this planet. We've harmed this gift of life. Today, for those of us fasting, perhaps this is a hunger strike for justice, for repair. Al-Khet, this list of transgressions is just a recommendation. We know that we each will come up with our own that we can take responsibility for. Begin noticing and make commitments to repair, but not till we're done striking.
אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו ואמותינו, תבוא ואל תתעלם מתחינתנו שאין אנחנו עוזבנים וכשאוהב לומר לפניך אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו ואמותינו צדיקים אנחנו ולא חטאנו אבל אנחנו ואמותינו ואבותינו חטאנו. אתה יודע על זה עולם ותעלומות סתרי כל חי אתה חופש כל חדרי בטן ובוחן כליות ולב אין דבר נעלם ממך ואין נסתר מנגד עיניך ובכן יהי רצון מלפניך
אדוני אלוהינו אלוהי אבותינו אלוהי אמותינו שתסלח לנו על כל חטאותינו שנמחל לנו על כל עוונותינו ונכפר לנו תכפר לנו יכופר לנו על כל פשענו.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך באונס וברצון for missing the mark in times of crisis or calm ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך באימוץ הלב
for missing the mark by hardening our hearts
החטא שחטאנו לפניך בבלי דעת
for missing the mark thoughtlessly
והחטא שחטאנו לפניך בביטוי שפתיים
and for missing the mark with empty words
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בגילוי עריות
for missing the mark with sexual harm
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בגלוי ובשדה.
And for missing the mark secretly or publicly.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בדעת ובמרמה.
For missing the mark with purposeful deceit.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בדיבור פה.
And for missing the mark with the words of our mouth. For missing the mark by taking advantage of friends. And for missing the mark with cruel thoughts. For missing the mark by abusing ourselves. And for missing the mark with unkind speech. For missing the mark by disrespecting parents and teachers. And for missing the mark with carelessness. For missing the mark by abusing of power. And for missing the mark by desecrating the divine spark in all.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בטומאת שפתיים.
For missing the mark by defiling our lips.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בטיפשות פה.
For missing the mark with foolish gossip.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך ביצר הרע.
For missing the mark with malicious inclinations.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך ביודעים ובלא יודעים.
For missing the mark knowingly and unknowingly.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בכחש וכזב.
For missing the mark by lying and cheating.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בחפת שוחד.
For missing the mark with bribery.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בלצון.
For missing the mark by mocking others.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בלשון הרע.
For missing the mark by slandering others.
חטא שהטענו לפניך במשא ומתן.
For missing the mark with indulgence and excess.
ועל חטא שהטענו לפניך במאכל ובמשתה.
And for missing the mark with gluttony.
על חטא שהטענו לפניך בנשק ובמרבית.
For missing the mark with greed.
ועל חטא שהטענו לפניך בנטיית גרון.
And for missing the mark with uncontrolled desire.
על חטא שהטענו לפניך בשיאה כסיפותינו.
For missing the mark with procrastination.
ועל חטא שהטענו לפניך בסיקור עין.
And for missing the mark by looking away from the poor.
על חטא שהטענו לפניך בעיניים רמות.
For missing the mark with arrogance.
ועל חטא שהטענו לפניך בעזות מצח.
For missing the mark by being rude.
שחטאנו לפניך בפריקת עול.
For missing the mark by behaving irresponsibly.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בפלילות.
And for missing the mark by breaking the law.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בסטיית רעב.
For missing the mark by harming our friends.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בצרות עין.
And for missing the mark by having a narrow perspective.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בקלות ראש.
For missing the mark by not fully embracing the gift of life.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בקשיות עורף.
And for missing the mark by stiffening our necks.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בריצת רגליים להרע.
For missing the mark by running to do evil.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך ברכילות.
And for missing the mark by gossiping.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בשבועת שווא.
For missing the mark by fraud and falsehood.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בשנאת חינם.
And for missing the mark by hating.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בתשומת יד.
For missing the mark with hypocrisy.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בתימהון לבב.
For missing the mark consciously or unconsciously.
ספר חיים, ברכה ושלום, ופרנסה טובה.
Many centuries ago, not long after the Bible began, Jacob lived in the land of Canaan, a fine example of a family man. Jacob and sons depended on the farming to earn their keep. Jacob and sons spent all of their days in the field with sheep. Jacob was the founder of a whole new nation. Thanks to the number of children he had, he was also known as Israel, but most of the time his sons and his wives used to call him Dad. Jacob and sons, men of the soil and the sheep and crook. Jacob and sons, remarkable family in anyone's book. Now Reuben was the eldest of the children of Israel, with Simeon and Levi the next in line, Naphtali and Issachar and Asher and Dan, and Zebulun and Gad took the total to 9. And Jacob and sons, Benjamin and Judah, which leaves only one. And Jacob and sons, Joseph, Jacob's favorite son. Jacob and sons, Jacob and sons, Jacob and sons, Jacob and sons.
Yes, indeed. Derek, what was that last line you were singing?
Joseph, Jacob's favorite
The
son.
favorite one. Well, friends, that's the problem. So that's where we're going to go today. Those of you who are with us on Rosh Hashanah for the storytelling, you might remember that we chose to focus on some family trauma. You know, the binding of Isaac, the absence of the mother. Well, we're going to continue today. Because family traumas go in sequence. And we're here today for some dirty laundry and for some possible fixing, but at least for introspection. You thought a father sacrificing his son to appease his God is complicated? Wait to see what's happening today. Ready? You dare? You can always walk out, make a DIY Shiviti, hang out with the kids. So yeah, today we're going to look at some stories from our past. I wrote this down because it's a little complicated, but we're going to open up our inherited intergenerational trauma closet. It is full of heirlooms and skeletons. It is full of ancient myths and very modern problems we inherited and dealing with right now, today. Ready? Can always walk out. That's what we do most of the time anyway, don't we? So today for our storytelling, we have Rebecca as the voice of Torah and wisdom. We have Marcus as His Holiness the High Priest. Derek, you already met, is our maven. I'll be the director. We also need a band of brothers, Jacob's 10 of his sons, and we need a goat. So to make that happen, we thought we'll get some volunteers. So before you raise your hands, I see you. First of all, trigger alert. This is trauma. It's a little serious. B, you gotta have acting chops. And C, yeah, if you're really, really into it. Okay, we're gonna need 11 volunteers. Who are my helpers today to make sure that they come on stage? Okay, so let's see. I need 11 volunteers. We're gonna go for kind of like 12 and up for this one. So you, yes, please come on. 1, 2, thank you. Sarah, you're helping me here. Thank you. Ellie, that would be great. I think you're a little young, chillin', sorry, but we love you. Stay tuned. For a little older, believe me, you'll cry later. But we have you on standby. We need a couple more. Oh, I see everyone's pointing at you, dude. All right, come on up. Top left, okay. Yeah, start coming up. We need 11 people up. Top left, there's a few of you. All right, come up, top left. All right, very excited. I think we have some raising the bar teens. That crowd over there. Don't come up all at once, y'all. Did I scare you off too much? Oh, you're here, buddy. Great. Thank you for your hunger strike reminder. Well, it's lottery, my friends. It's going to be a fate. I cannot promise anything. But how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You guys, we need 4 more adults. Come on, you can do this. Acting chops. Michael, you got some thespian in you? All right, we got a father and son deal.
I think Jenny.
Come on, this is Lab Shul. Nobody here
Jenny,
is
you
like
come
with equity.
Jenny,
What's going on? No, we need some. I need an actor in the house. We have 11? Well, we need 11. So, I'm sorry, folks. We're going to have 11. I'm just going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Sorry, guys. Thank you, Victoria, for coming up. Thank you. Can we have a hand to our volunteers? Thank you. There'll be roles for everyone. And believe me, you will thank me later. Okay. So thank you so much for coming up, 11 brave volunteers.
Thank you.
Thank you all. So y'all, we're going to do a special lottery today. 10 of you will be chosen by fate to be the tribes of Israel, the 10 brothers. And one of you will be a goat. Very sacred task. In order to do so, I'm going to ask you all to please stand in kind of 2 rows facing the screen. In fact, facing our high priest. Who's that right there? Can we have 2 rows, please? A little more organized. Yes, thank you. This is a very sacred honor. Let's see where we are here. Yeah, we've got it. Everyone's here. Yeah, okay. So this is your lucky day. You get this very auspicious moment. 10 of you will become the brothers. 1 of you will become a goat. It is all ordained by fate, and it's a big deal. The high priest will deliver the fates. Ready? Please.
Levi, Shimon, Naphtali, Zebulon, Asher, Dan, Issachar, Gad, Judah, Reuben,
Are we missing what?
Volunteer.
Did we miscount? Yes. How many are we missing? Where are those 2 who wanted to come up? My God, I cannot count. Come on back up. We're only missing 1. How many are you holding? Oh, 1. We're only missing 1.
Jenny.
Oh, come on. Okay, are you on 1? Okay. Well, you on 1 and come.
Got the whole song.
Come on, you can help.
Come on, help.
Come and help.
I know. Ridiculous.
Come sit over here. Right over here. Great.
You have a special musical shaker roll. Make sure we give Victoria, thank you. You have been voted today by fate to be the shaker of the hands of fate. And meanwhile, Reuben has been elected. Thank you, Reuben. And we finally, I think, need...
and the goat.
Okay. We've got a goat. Okay, my friends, this is what's going to happen now. Dear goat, please come with me into the entrance of the temple. Very carefully here. Thank you for being our goat today. We're going to ask you to stand right here and face us all. And you 10 brothers, we invite you to please turn around and face the community. There are 2 mics here for you. Your cues will be on this screen, so make sure you can see them, and we will also instruct you. You have a very auspicious role today. This is really serious. Remember, the 10 brothers of Joseph. It's complicated. Community, meet ancestors. Ancestors, community. Today we do some atoning for some stuff. And goat, you too are here for a very auspicious reason. Okay, so where are we now? Got a goat? Yes. Got a maven? Yes. We have a special musician. Thank you. We have 10 goats. I think we're good. Ready? Go.
And so it begins that this goat, you're bound with rope. It struggles for freedom. But the brothers, you don't care. You want to cut the goat's throat open so that you can use the blood.
We need the blood to hide our tracks. We have to kill the goat.
So there they are, the 10 sons of Jacob's. You know, they have 2 other brothers and a sister, sure, but they never really include them, especially that dreaming brother with the big mouth, the father's favorite. You see, he is the chosen one, and you all are not the chosen ones. You hate him for it. And he likes to dream, but you all, you design a nightmare.
Major.
You sell him off to passing merchants and turn your brother into a slave. And then you take his coat and you grab a goat, this goat. The plan? Kill the goat and dip the coat in blood to deceive your father, to bring the bloody coat to him and say,
Look, Dad, we found his coat with blood. Does it belong to Joseph? Sorry.
but really none of this has happened yet. Because before you can cut his throat, the goat in our version, and it's really, 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 really old version, found in an obscure manuscript, the goat starts speaking. It says, and so the goat spoke up loudly with a strong voice that reached the heavens, so that even the angels came down to listen, and even the 4 winds gathered to hear.
No. Goat speaks. Thank you, brothers. You're so excited. Thank you. My God, you're really into it.
Brothers, do not spill my blood. Joseph lives, but I die? Why? Who will tell Jacob the truth?
And then the northern wind heard the goat and whispered to Jacob what the goat said. But Jacob refused to believe what the wind was whispering. And meanwhile, with knives in hands, the brother said,
We spared our brother's blood. Instead of death, we sent him far into the wilderness. But now we need your blood. Go, to cover up our tracks.
and before it dies, the goat quotes from the book of Job with fury.
O earth, do not cover up my blood.
The goat's blood is still wet upon the earth to this day.
Are we each other's keepers?
And on this day, just once a year, the stain of the blood's goat is seen, and the weeping is heard. Today is that day.
Today is this day. This is the day, dear brothers, on which you sold your brother Joseph as a slave. That hurts. Today is the day, according to obscure traditions, where 10 men chose to take their rage and jealousy, their feeling of unchosenness, and scapegoat their own brother. and selling them for nothing. And they say that the following year they felt so badly they made of it a day of atonement. And then the following year. And generations later, nobody remembered the OGYK. This is why we do this on this day, because we remember what it's like to sell our very own sibling into slavery. Does anyone remember the story? Know the fact for Yom Kippur? Right? That's how collective memory works, doesn't it? We repress the big stuff. But it's there. There is a clue right there in our story. The clue, the goat. Because there's a goat. There's two, in fact, in our story. And they are hidden clues to ancient, intergenerational family trauma from our closet ark full of skeletons that one of them today we are going to very safely look at. Still in? Okay. So listen, y'all. You've been amazing. How does it feel to be the 10? A little, yeah? Okay. Well, guess what? This is about the hands of fate. And so right now, we're going to do another lottery. His Holiness, the High Priest of Israel, will come back. And of the 10 of you, just one will be chosen to be the second goat to make the story and the ritual of expiation work out. So are you ready for another sacred goat? Wow, that's creepy music, all right. Let's see who the hands of fate will choose. Please turn towards the high priest.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Sacred fates.
Catch a tiger by his toe. If he hollers, make him pay $100 every day. My mother told me to pick the very best one, and you are not it.
We have a goat?
We have a goat.
We have a goat. Who is our goat? Oh, okay. Gad
Gad the goat.
is now the goat. Gad the goat. Okay. Well, fate is exceptional. Dear goat, please join us here. You will be goat 2. Welcome. Please meet goat 1. You already marked. Bleat away. Folks, thank you for being incredible representatives of the brothers of Israel. Before you take off, shake it off. You're shaking off a lot of guilt, a lot of ancestral trauma. We thank you for your courage and for volunteering. Those of you who wanted, see why it wasn't. Anyway. So
And to our shaker.
we invite you all to, put back the names here on the lottery stage and to step down from the mountain carefully and with gratitude. Shana Tova. May you be only chosen for good things and never do what those dudes did. Thank you. Shana Tova. Thank you, Ellie, and thank you, my friend, for your enthusiasm. Okay, so now we got 2 goats, and we will get into the heart of the story.
Welcome, welcome to storytelling, where today your story meets the Torah.
And what a potent meeting it is. We invite you in to experience this sacred ritual of storytelling, the sharing of Torah.
So you've been here before, and maybe you haven't, but what we're about to do is open up our Torah scroll, chant a few lines in Hebrew, and offer our clearly creative adaptation into English and into what's on our hearts today. This ancient art form is conducted by the mavens, the translators. There are quite a few of you in our house today. Raise your hand if you're already trained to be a maven. Jar, that includes you. And a lot of our Bar Mitzvah teens. I'm seeing Franny. Hey, guys. And some of you. Today, together, we are going to be telling this ancient tale. On Yom Kippur, the Torah chosen is from the very middle of Torah. Leviticus, the story that describes the very first Yom Kippur tradition. It includes a high priest. It includes some goats. It includes a sacrificial system. At the heart of it is this thing with the scapegoat that has to do with what we just talked about. So we will explore that with your help and see what healing can happen of some old wounds we didn't even know we've got.
You know, this is some pretty rich stuff. But what can this kind of a story actually teach us about how to live better lives today? Mm-hmm. What can the secret of these two goats actually teach us?
I don't know. Let's find out. But I suspect that even though you've been here many times before and heard the story of the scapegoat, something new might just, I don't know, bleat its way into the stage. So you all ready? You all ready? Okay, without further ado, live from Sinai, and live here in Tribeca, we give you our goats. Our goats.
Shana Tova.
Let's see what happens. I'm going to invite our goats to go graze in the back for a little bit. Go meet each other. Don't go anywhere. And I'm going to invite us to open up this ark. Because this is about trauma and about healing, we thought we'd get some trauma and healing experts in the house. Esther and Jack were very kind to agree to help us open the ark and thus bring us your wisdom. So we're going to ask you to open up the ark, and I'm going to ask you all to rise. We're going to need all the help we need. You could, but I wouldn't if I were you. Exactly, you're fasting goats. Shana Tova, Esther, and hi, Jack. Welcome. I invite you to open up the ark by just moving the curtain to the side, either side, probably this one. And if you want to open up and take out the Torah, this ancient Torah, and hold it, and just stand here for a couple of minutes as we pray for all the prayers of our lives.
Adonai, Adonai, El Rachum Vechanun, Erech Apayim, Verav Chesed Ve'emet, Notzer Chesed La'alafim, Nosei Avon Bafesha Vechata V'nakei.
Adonai, Adonai, Erachum Vechanun, Erech Apayim, Verav Chesed Ve'emet, Notzer Chesed La'alafim, Nosei Avon Bafesha V'hata V'nakei. Adonai,
So now that our ark has been opened by trauma and healing experts, we can go there. I invite you to sit down. I invite our goats to please come join us back here. And we're also going to be inviting for this first and only Aliyah today, those of you who already said yes today or previously to dealing with some inherited trauma, with personal stuff, collective stuff, intergenerational, systemic stuff. And maybe this past year you've begun doing some exploration. Or maybe you're committing to today to do so. Whether you're joining us at home or here, we're going to invite you to stand up and rise if this is what really calls out to you, as a way to honor your work of looking at the uncomfortable baggage, such as the sale of our brother Joseph. Whether it happened or not, we're telling that tale. To honor this moment, we asked a few of our Read team folks to come on up today, which is our Racial Equity Action Group. So come on up. So if you're part of Read, just a few of you, I invite you to come up and represent the rest of us for this Aliyah. And goats, please take your seats. I think we need the lottery pieces. Oh, here they are. Okay. You're goat 1, and there's goat 2. And you'll know what to do, goats. I hope it works out well for both of you. Hello, our friends from Read. Hi, Sam and Alizan. Hello, Ann and Alexis. Hi, Jar. For all of us taking the time, taking the heart to deal with what needs to be dealt with so we can live a better life. Let's kiss this place in the Torah. We are here now. Parashat Kedoshim. Baruch Adonai Hamvorach Leolam Va'ed. Amen.
Welcome to the big ritual of atonement in the Jewish temple as described in the book of Leviticus, chapter 16. It's already midday in the temple, and thousands have gathered since dawn. The high priest has already sacrificed 6 animals on the altar and has changed his uniform 3 times.
Yep.
The people watch as he now begins the most important moment of the day, the 2 goats ritual that will provide forgiveness to all the people. The goats are identical, but their fate is not. Their fate and ours is in the hands of fate.
ולקח את שני השעירים והעמיד אותם לפני אדוני פתח אוהל מועד.
I raise my hands. It's time to seal the fates of these 2 goats. I place my hands on their threshold of the tent of time.
Dear goats, look straight into the camera. Smile. This is the moment where you are in the threshold of the tent of time, and we ask you to please say together,
Am I to be your keeper?
And friends, I want to ask you to please turn to each other, whoever you are sitting next to, by fate. In fact, don't talk to the person you're sitting next to. Maybe the one in front of you or in back of you. And if you're at home, you might want to put these words in the chat and say to each other these words right now together. Am I to be your keeper? Now seriously, look into each other's eyes and ask the question. Am I to be your keeper? And put it in the comments online.
ונתן אהרון אל שני השעירים גורלות, גורל אחד לאדוני וגורל אחד לעזאזל.
I raise the lottery, fate is the choice. One goat is chosen, a gift to our God most loved. The second goat now holds our shame and will be sent as far as possible from us to Azazel, most hated.
Yeah, so there you go. One is chosen for Adonai to be here in the temple to be sacrificed to God, and the other will be sent out to the wilderness. That's just how it is. You see, this is a very ancient story. But maybe it's the other way around. No. No, not really. We're missing Cain. But, oh dear. Well, you get the picture. Just imagine that this thing says Cain.
We speak to it this way because no family trauma stands alone. There's always context and there's always some sort of history. And what we're saying is that the drama of the chosen one doesn't just start with Joseph and his brothers. We want to go back to the very first moment in humanity, where the first two human brothers are the very first to offer gifts to the Creator. One offering is what? Chosen, but the other is not. And the unchosen one is so jealous that he kills his brother. The chosen one is killed on the sacred spot, becomes a sacrifice just like his offering. And the unchosen one, he is sent to the wilderness, forever cursed. Two brothers, two goats. But who else is hiding in this story?
Would you please say your lines, Goat? Go back to the screen.
I am chosen. Here I am.
I am unchosen. There I go.
Thank you. Let's continue.
והקריב אהרון את השעיר אשר עלה עליו הגורל לאדוני ועשהו חטאת.
You, O Lord, have chosen. 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 You, O L Scapegoat. the chosen goat of gratitude and guilt. You have been chosen to represent all of our transgressions. Our blood is yours, and when we take your life, we ask for our forgiveness. We pray that we live long.
Yeah. That's who you guys are now. Will you please?
I am the chosen. Here I am.
I am unchosen. There I go.
You remember the binding of Isaac, the banishment of Ishmael. One boy is bound on the altar, is almost sacrificed, saved at the last minute,
You're welcome.
but offered up to God. He is the chosen one, the heir. And this other son, unchosen, gets cast out to the wilderness and is not saved.
Oh, yeah.
So we see Isaac and Ishmael, two brothers, two goats, one chosen, one not. Where does the guilt go?
Intergenerational trauma.
The next drama, more trauma. Two more brothers. One is chosen and the other is
We get it. Get it.
Please, goats.
I am the chosen. Here I am.
I am unchosen. There I go.
והשעיר אשר עלה עליו הגורל לעזאזל יעמד חי לפני אדוני לכפר עליו לשלח אותו לעזאזל המדבר.
And now it's time to bring the goat whose fate is sealed for Azazel. You are the scapegoat. You will be exiled to the wilderness, to the world of terrors, and all our sins upon your back, as far away as possible from us.
I am the chosen. Here I am.
I am unchosen. There I go.
Two goats. Trauma repeated as ritual. Get what's happening here? Cain, Abel, Isaac, Ishmael, Esau. Who is chosen and then who gets sent away? And then we have Joseph, the chosen one, the favorite son. Joseph, the one who is sold away to the wilderness, a slave, cast out, scapegoat of his guilty brothers. But he is also the one left behind, the goat that they killed to dip his blood, dip his coat into. The speaking goat whose blood was made to look like human blood, that goat is also Joseph. In this ritual, in this drama, Joseph is both parts, and we are also Joseph. We are simultaneously chosen and unchosen. Do you want to choose sides?
Can we please stop choosing? Can we stop with this right or wrong, bad or good, chosen, unchosen, inherited and worthy, uninherited, unworthy? These are not the only options, right? They're not the only options. Can we stop with the two goats, even? There hasn't been a temple for 2,000 years. There hasn't been this goat ritual for 2,000 years. Why do we insist on telling this trauma story every year? Don't you think it's time that we expand our senses, that we grow, that we give ourselves a chance to heal? Are we ready to let these goats go? Let's be brave. Let's be brave and let them go together, shall we? Goats. This has been such a heavy load for you. You have carried so much for us for so long. We're still learning. We're still trying. And we've harmed you. And I'm so sorry. Forgive me. Forgive us. What are your names?
Billy?
Ginevra.
Ginevra and Billy. What's your name?
Michael.
Michael and Ginevra. Thank you so much for being with us.
I think we are taking the Torah's advice, and we're going to let today these two goats, with our deep gratitude, go. So thank you for being all these voices, for volunteering to be part of the sacred lottery of fate. Who knows who gets to be born, when, how, chosen? Thank you for being fantastic goats. May this year be one of good surprises and courage and humor, and in the best sense of the sense. And I invite you to, if you want, join our friends here for a blessing, for all this way in which we do what we can to dismantle the systemic, racist, problematic, prioritizing, patriarchal baggage, such as these two goats and more.
Yeah. So we've set our goats free, but our work continues.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it after the blessing.
But a blessing, please, my friends. And if you are still standing for your work, and if you are at home taking responsibility for what you do to dismantle and to deal with inherited trauma, thank you. Friends, a blessing for this work. Amen. Thank you, friends. We invite you to keep on doing this holy work with gratitude and with wings of love supporting you. And may we join you, all of us together. Please descend the mountain. Thank you all. Shana Tova. Now let's see what we do about this narrative that we inherited. This time perhaps has come.
Okay, Rebecca. I hear you. This is an ancient and tired tale about limited options, and we want to, or maybe even have to, move on. Maybe it doesn't serve us anymore. My question, though, is, but what about the paradigm? What about this paradigm still matters enough? Not so that we hold on to it as the most and primary thing, but that we don't discard all of it. Not just yet. You talked about digging in and thinking about really looking at this and looking at the aspects of this narrative. Well, what about this story demands that we dig in, learn the lesson, and then shift? Well, let's start with what we know.
Okay.
The two goats are the ritual ghosts of our ancient brothers. I get it. Why don't we talk about birth order?
Okay.
Who are the firstborns in the room? Raise your hand. Raise your hand up high. Now, I want you to just shout out just for a little bit, what does it feel like to be the firstborn? Hard.
Stressful.
Stressful.
Empowering.
In charge, powerful. Make sure you're writing this at home in the chats too, in the notes. What else? Privilege, complicated. Dutiful.
Responsible.
Subject to mockery by the younger siblings. Well, those are some serious understandings of what it means to be the oldest, right?
Yeah.
But now, what about everybody else in this room? How does it feel to be you? Are you the youngest? Are you the middle child? Are you the only child? Or maybe it doesn't matter or you don't care. But how does it feel to be you? Shout it out. Infuriated.
Lucky.
Lucky. Baby. What was it? Proud. Abandoned. Responsible. Ignored. Diminished. Pressure. Annoyed. Unheard.
Unheard.
Ooh.
I heard that. Okay. What was that? In a position of learning. Speaking of learning, let's take this a little bit deeper. This is a great first question, but do I have your permission to go a little deeper with this idea? Yeah? Okay. So I'm not going to ask you to raise your hands on this, but I am going to invite you in to feel these questions and just notice for yourself what it feels like when you hear these, when you consider these questions. Feel it in your emotions, in your body. So the first question, actually before we do that, let's take a breath together. And if you'd like to, you can close your eyes or keep them open. Have you ever been the favorite? Well, just feel that. Maybe you were the teacher's pet, or you always got the solos in the choir, or you were first picked on a team, or you were always the person everyone wanted to hang out with or date. You're the favorite in your family or in your community. You're the one people look to. Have you ever been the favorite? And just notice what that feels like for you. Now, question number 2. How have you experienced certain privileges in life? When you have a roof over your head, or food on the table, you have an education, you have a family or a community that you belong to, you have money, or you're part of the dominant group by sexuality, by gender, by race, by your health, mental, physical, your religion. Just notice what you're feeling in answer to this question. And the last question is, have you ever been scapegoated? Oof. Either as a person, blamed wrongly for mistakes, faults, wrongdoings of others. Have you been blamed personally for this? Or maybe in your community, or maybe in this society, because you belong simply to a group that is scapegoated. So notice how this feels right now. And draw your attention a little wider to the entire room and see what it feels like collectively. This is what comes from chosen and unchosen. This is collective trauma playing itself out. This hurts all of us. We all lose here. But here's the good news. It's Yom Kippur. And this is a very sacred container for this kind of experience. And what I want to say is that if we want a different outcome in life, we have to go beyond this binary. That's what I want to say. We can't tell this same story over and over again.
I agree. I feel relieved and ready to try something new. And I still want to hold on to some of our symbols. And some of our symbols, like these goats, for example, they do instruct us about our responsibility. We were just talking about those privileges and so on and so forth. There are responsibilities that come with that if we don't have some symbols to turn to sometimes, we may actually look past that and overlook the importance of our responsibility to handle who we are and our situations wisely, justly, and carefully.
Yeah, I have to say that I understand what you're saying, and as long as we stay inside of the framework we're in, and we keep stretching the framework, we grow it, we look at it from all these different sides, we reframe it, we talk back to it. All of those things make us feel more powerful. They give us an expanded sense of reality. They might connect us to people. They might connect us to our sense of injustice. Yes, yes, yes. But we're still inside of the system. We're still here. We're still arguing with it. And what I'm saying is there's another way. There's something beyond the goats. This is healing. This is healing. And when we heal, when we truly heal, the story doesn't exist anymore because it's not in the present moment. It's no longer needed. So I want to invite us in on this Yom Kippur time when our ancestors are close and the veil is very thin and we have the ability to be raw and honest and vulnerable. We also can dream here. I want to invite us to ask a bigger question. You see it up on your screen. What is beyond chosen and unchosen? What is beyond chosen and unchosen? Now, in a moment, I'm going to ask you to have conversations with each other and online as well. I want to offer that you don't leave anybody out who wants to participate in this conversation. Turn around and look around you and make sure that everyone who wants to participate can be in this conversation with you. Online, we'd love to see your answers. But this is a wrestling question, and it is not a question we're going to come up with solutions for today. This is not what this is about. This is about wrestling, imagining, dreaming, visioning, changing what we feel in this chosen, unchosen collective to something beyond. And so a couple things just to keep in mind for you. First of all, there are 2 Torahs that we talk about in Jewish tradition. One is the written Torah, and the other is oral Torah, which means all of us have wisdom to share. So share your wisdom and hear each other's wisdom. And slow down. Feel your way into this question. This is not intellectual. It's really imagining with your body, with your feeling, with your heart, with your soul. And the last thing is just remember, as you're struggling, this system we live in now, the systems, they were created by people who imagined them up, and they can be changed. We can dream better. So for the next couple of minutes, take a moment, gather your people around you, and ask and talk about this question. Online, put your thoughts into the chat. What is beyond chosen and unchosen? Have fun. She is on her way, on her way.
Another world's not only possible. On a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. Another world's not only possible. On a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. So I'll take a breath together. Wow, there were such beautiful conversations happening. Thank you for sharing so fully with one another. Wish we could talk about this for so long. Is anyone willing, just maybe two or three people, share a bissel, just a little taste of Torah that you heard or that you shared? Just one word for something you heard. Equality. Acceptance. Love. Structure. Spectrum. Complexity. Dialogue. Beautiful. Need for what? Categorization. One more right here. Empathy and forgiveness. Beautiful. What a beautiful way to end. So don't let this conversation go. This is just the beginning. Let it be a seed that gets planted in you and others you come into contact with. Thank you for dreaming with us. May this be for our collective healing, for repair, one step in that process, the opening of integration of our history and our hurt. May we be blessed to be courageous, to move ourselves forward. והמשלך את השעיר לעזאזל, יכבס בגדיו ורחץ את בשרו במים, ואחרי כן יבוא אל המחנה.
The day is done. The ritual is over. The person who released the scapegoat into the wilderness removes and washes their uniform, then bathes in water. Their duty is done. The high priest also washes off the blood. The day is done.
So maybe this day is the day on which the brothers forgot that they were each other's keepers. But we remember what it's like.
Maybe it's a day where we begin to dream and we begin to heal.
So as our high priest and our Torah and as our maven wash their hands, we ask the 10 goats who came up to raise your hands and shake them off as well. And the goats and the singers, all of us. This ritual just happens once a year, but it is with us all the time. Is the day that Joseph was or wasn't sold? If this is or is not the day that we remember. Thank you, Sylvie. Thank you, Stephanie. And we need actually one more volunteer today. Yeah? You might need some help from your sisters. Here's the job. Okay? And mom might help. We're going to entrust you with this holy bowl and tray. Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie and Sylvie. Okay. Wow. What's your name? Hannah. Beautiful. All right, Hannah. Here's what you do. You are very carefully taking this beautiful bowl of water, which is everything we're letting go of, and you're taking it out to the lobby. And there is a table. They'll show you where it is. There's 2 more like it. And everyone here is invited throughout this day to do the same, to pour some water from this beautiful jug that Hannah and her family is holding, and then to just pour it in. We'll keep replacing it. May this be a day of lots of expiation. Thank you. Thank you for volunteering. This is a very beautiful task. Okay, so why don't you take it out now? And Mother Molly's got your back. And we have one more slide for us today to share, my friends. And we invite you to please turn to someone you have not yet spoken to today and to put these words in the comments and look each other in the eye and say these words, my friend. By fate, the hands of fate brought you together to commit. So if you're not talking to someone, lean in and let us say, am I to be your keeper? I want to invite John Adam Ross and Jen, and we don't know where Jamie is, but he's coming here in person, in spirit. That's all right, to help us raise and wrap the Torah. Friends, please join me in thanking all the volunteers who came up today and our amazing team. And every single sibling and goat, as we say thank you to the story, wash our hands, but not of the responsibility. John Adam Ross was very helpful in co-creating this piece, so thank you. As was Ari, who's helping us with all the tech, and so many of you. We're going to raise and wrap the Torah, bring her back into the skeleton of heirlooms and of traumas for hopefully a better year. I invite you to please rise. She is a tree of life with many branches. And we thank the Torah today in Rebecca's voice and Marcus's voice and Derek's voice and all of our voices, your voices, for helping us transcend that trauma. Only a little bit, perhaps. So I invite us to sit down. I want to acknowledge that in Lab Shul style, we are running late beyond when we wanted to begin Yizkor, the memorial service. For those of you joining us online, we thank you for your patience. And for those of you in here, we will begin Yizkor in just a couple minutes. Thank you, Jar and Jen, for coming up, for all your work and help to us throughout the year. I want to invite Franny, who came up to the Aliyah as one of our Read leaders and who's wearing a talit that I wore billions of years ago that looks really good on you, just the hand-me-downs, to say a couple words to us this morning. Thank you, Franny, for being on our board and a co-founder of this vision in so many ways.
A call. Tekiah. So good. In the presence of the infinite, we interrupt this culture of supremacy with mindful transformation for the collective holding and healing of humanity.
If you were at the Spring Gala on the boat, you heard Alexis Ortiz, another Lab Shul partner and also a member of the Racial Equity and Action Delegation, read, invoke this blessing. It read, this is how we open our time together, with the reminder that tending to the rupture in our humanity that is racism and white supremacy is an act of disruption to the norm. My name is Franny, she, her. I'm a storytelling maven, a founding artist, blah, blah, blah. I'm wearing Amichai's old talit. And I'm here to talk to you today about my least favorite subject, money. Good. Some of you really know me. I'm here to talk to you about resources, about transparency, about equity, about possibility. I began with this blessing today because I know that talking frankly about money is countercultural, as is envisioning and collectively moving towards wholeness. Listen, when the immigration crisis became more clear to the public during Trump's presidency, many of you might have heard of this organization called Never Again Action, and Serena Adlerstein, who is one of the founders, wrote this beautiful piece documenting the organization's way through their financial struggles and also her journey through all of this. She writes, scarcity requires fear, which requires secrecy. Abundance is offering people to step into something together and to figure it out together. So I'm asking us collectively to join together to move towards abundance, to pay a living wage to everyone on staff and all the artists we hire, to make Lab Shul's transformative Raising the Bar, Be Mitzvah, and Generate programs accessible across class, to have ASL interpretation. Like, there's probably other things that you're thinking about that you're like, oh my gosh, that's so awesome. Are they doing it? Can we do it? I want to do it. I want there to be more of that thing that I love, to continue providing ongoing in-person and online access to Jewish ritual nurturance, visioning and manifesting the future of Jewish communal ritual life. Okay, so we just returned the Torah to the Ark, singing Eitz Chaim, Tree of Life. Torah, Eitz Chaim, we, Torah, we are the Tree of Life. As Kehillah, as partners, we are breath of Torah. So what can we do to collectively sustain each other? Those of us here, those of you online, each of us who has been nourished by Lab Shul today and throughout the year, what can we physically manifest in abundance? It's not the only way, but it is a way. We are in a system. We're envisioning something different and something bigger, and we're also inside of one right now. A lot of them. The one I'm talking about is capitalism. Seriously. The members of the current and past board have pledged $60,000 and challenged the whole of our collective, extended, beautiful community to match that over Rosh Hashanah, to match that 60. And over Rosh Hashanah, we already raised 10 of it. I don't know what else was raised last night. So what's it gonna be? $18, $36. Look, we're not at Christie's, but I'm like, what would it take? $100, $180, $360. If your daily needs are met, if you know where your next healthy meals are coming from, if you are living in safe conditions without precarity, you got your rent or your mortgage, if you have enough, Dayenu, if you have plenty, double Dayenu, more than enough, what can you contribute to this collective pot? What about a monthly amount from the interest that accrues in that account that was opened for you by someone else who had your future in mind? $1,000? $10,000? Can we have in mind not just us here, not just those of you online, but future generations? So there's this really quirky character named Honi who shows up in the Talmud. I know some of you know him from Tu B'Shvat. And he has this I want you, I'm going to tell you a quick story. I promise I'll be off soon. This thing happens to Honi where Honi is walking down and sees an elder. And I want each of you to imagine someone several generations before you, a family member, grandparent, great-grandparent, or maybe a movement ancestor, a Jewish mythic ancestor. And Honi sees this elder, this ancestor, the one you're imagining, planting a fruit tree. And Honi is like, why are you doing that? I mean, you're really old. Like, why the effort? Why the struggle? Like, no offense, but like, there's no way. There's just no way you're gonna be able to eat the fruit from this tree. So those of you that know the story, what does the elder say? Who is the elder planting the tree for? Not himself. Who? Grandchildren. What else? The future generations, right? We're building something really big. We are part of something really big, and I don't just mean Jewishly. I do mean that. I mean Lab Shul. I mean Jewishly, but I mean each of us. Those pictures from the cosmos, that's not fake. That's freaking science, right? So what would it take? Like, if you have plenty, what will it take for you to do that thing? I don't think, oh, check it out. There it is. You can do it right now. We're trying to match the 60, so that would mean we got to get 50 today, 50K. There are many ways to contribute to Lab Shul. We're going to hear about more of them, and we've already heard about some of them, and so many of you are giving today in your bodies and your spirits, sitting outside in the cold, all of these things. We know we ask a lot of you. But truly, really and truly, and if you're like, you know what, I could Venmo 1,000, but if I give 10,000, I'm gonna have to talk to my financial person. Do that. Seriously, do that. So we talked about our future. Each of you is contributing in a different way to plant this seed for our future. The collective, many generations, not just the grandchildren I may or may not have. Way down the line. The ones we don't know about, ones that are really hard to imagine, but we know will be there, whoever they are. And we want to be the ancestors that they imagine, that we're doing good, that we're planting trees. Now we're going to move in to that moment where we get to thank and honor those ancestors. We already honored the mythic ones. Now we're going to honor the beloved ones that we've known in this lifetime.
Franny, thank you for leaning into discomfort. So friends, two things before we do Yizkor. Gratitude for being here. As some of you know, there is a tradition that if your parents are still among the living, you sometimes step out during Yizkor. That is your option. We will resume and wrap this day in about 20 minutes. So please come back and we will let you know. I also want to invite you to stay in, because there are so many people that we want to remember today, not necessarily our flesh and blood ancestors. The second thing I want to say, and I'm going to ask you if you leave to please leave quietly, is that indeed we are running a little bit late, but if you're going to stay, please stay with us as we wrap up this morning of Kippur. After Yizkor, we have another moment of Unetane Tokef, and the afternoon is optional for programs and for break. Thank you for your patience, for your trust, for your generosity. I invite us to close our eyes for a moment of transition, everything we've just been through this morning. For those of you joining us online, close your eyes as well. And we'll begin Yizkor in just a couple seconds.
deep within is my source of comfort. Life itself guides me as a shepherd nourishes needs. Green pastures soothe and sustain me. Cool, still pools of water refresh my soul.
Yizkor begins with these lines from Psalm 23. For those of us remembering loved ones and some of us who sent in photos, we'll begin this visual remembrance now of some of us who are on the screen. I ask you, if you are comfortable and able to, please rise.
My spirit is restored, spinning through sacred spirals of justice.
Leading me home, even as I walk through this valley in the shadow of death. I do not fear, for I'm never alone.
Each caress and every challenge offer me comfort. I do not despair. This life is a feast. A set table is laid. Even as foes are seated beside me, I am anointed with precious oils. My cup is overflowing.
My days will be good, blessed with kindness. I dwell within this life, this love, this body, forever evolving, forever grateful.
Shiviti
whether our losses are very fresh, as I know some of ours are, a long time in our hearts, I want to invite you to just take a few seconds now and say the names of those that you want to remember today. Say them to each other, say them into this room, put them in the comments, so just the names will resonate for just a few seconds. Naftali. המקום ינחם אותנו בתור שאר חולי ישראל.
Find comfort. May you find comfort. May you find comfort in love.
The El Maleh Rachamim is this prayer we inherited that reminds us or inspires us to believe that when we die, it's not the end, that there is some kind of transcendent presence. So whatever and however we believe what happens to us and to our loved ones when we die, this blessing is a prayer that we are held now and forever as a part of our essence lives on. Marcus, would you please lead us with the El Maleh Rachamim?
El Maleh Rachamim, Shochen Mamromim, Hamtzeh Menucha Nechona, Tachat Konfei HaShechina, B'malot Kedoshim U'Torim, Kezohar Akiya Mazahirim, Lenishmot Yakireinu Shechalchu Leolamam, Began Eden, Techenu Chatam, Lakim Baal Harachamim, Yastirem Besetek Nafav Leolamim, Veitra Bitzaror, Hakayim et Nishmatam, Adonai Unakalatam Veyanuchu בשלום, בשלום, על משכבם, ונאמר,
We gather weekly, every Thursday at noon, to say Kaddish together. And many of you here in person and online have joined us over the years, once or more, for this privilege of saying Kaddish for our loved ones and supporting each other through these times. Thank you for being part of this ongoing minyan now, 7 years and longer in the making, every Thursday at noon, and with so many other opportunities to now say Kaddish again together, not only for our loved ones, but for all those for whom nobody says Kaddish on this and many other days. Let's say this together. יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה, בעלמא דברך רעותה וימליך מלכותה, בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי לכל בית ישראל, בעגלה ובזמן קריב ואמרו אמן. יהא שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה, לעילה ולעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה דאמירן בעלמה ואמרו. יהא שלמה רבה מן שמיה וחיים טובים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי תבל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום ממרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי תבל ואמרו אמן.
May you find comfort. May you find comfort. May you find comfort in love. בתוך שערי ציון בירושלים המקום ינחם אתכם,
May we find comfort. So we're moving into our final stretch this morning. And I invite you to actually stretch. And I want to say, before we end this, and when we met some 10 months ago to plan this High Holy Days, we had this idea that somehow never kind of made it to the final, that we're not going to announce a closing time. We're going to start, and we're going to see how it goes. Now, that might sound like a radical idea, but there are many synagogues that do that when we let Spirit guide us and not just the clock. Now, I realize that might not be a very popular idea, which is why it may not have made it to the final set list and our publicity. But we're open for your feedback, perhaps ahead of next year, while simultaneously committed to trying to be more on time. But we hope that the storytelling this morning and that the prayers that we have allowed our hearts to sing, even if it took longer than we planned, are worthwhile as we take this precious time today to lean into this precious privilege, this day where even parallel parking is suspended in the city. So how much more can be suspended so they can really do the work? We're moving into the version of Musaf that just includes a couple prayers that ask us the big questions that we're afraid to ask. Are we going to be here next year? The hands of fate. It isn't just Marcus's beautiful voice giving us a lottery. It is the truth of life. And sometimes when it's over. And not just if we will be together next year, but how. So those of you online and those of us in here, Hineni, we are here now, right here, for this precious, precious privilege of praying to be present to what comes our way with as much humility and grace, support, acceptance, courage, compassion, beyond the binaries to a better world, right now. Hineni, אני ממאס, נרעש ונפחד, מפחד יושב, תהילות ישראל. באתי לעמוד ולהתחנן לפנייך על עמך ישראל אשר שלחוני, ואף על פי שאינני כדאי והגון לכך,
מראש השנה יקדם וביום צום כיפור יחתם, מראש השנה
כמה יעברון וכמה ייבראון, מי יחיה ומי ימות, מי וקיצו ומי לא בקיצו,
מי באש ומי במים, מי בחרב ומי בחיה, מי ברעב ומי בצמא. ומי במגפה, מי בחניקה ומי בסקילה, מי ינוח ומי ינוח, מי ישקט ומי יתערף, מי ישלב ומי יתייסר, מי יעני ומי ישר, מי שפל ומי
שמך כן תהילתך קשה לגעוז ולא נוח לרצות, כי לא תחפוץ במות המת, כי אם בשובו מדרכו וחיה ועד יום מותו תחכה לו. אם ישוב מיד תקבלו אמת, כי אתה הוא יוצרום ואתה יודע יתרום, כי הם בשר ודם, אדם יסודו מעפר וסופו לעפר, ונפשו יביא לחמו משול כהרס הנשפע כחציר יבש,
וכציץ נובר כצל עובר וכענן קלה וכרוח נושבת וכאבק פורח וכחלום יעוף ואתה רוח אל חי וקיים Once upon a time we asked, what is a prayer that we can really lean into that just steps off of the page right into the streets in one word? And this chant was born. Aleinu, Aleinu. Today, Yom Kippur, it's on us to be us, to make our last gesture of this morning's prayers a true connection between the directions. We will be the in-between. So we've seen so many images of smoke rising, of roots reaching, of branches spreading, of hearts beating. So this Aleinu, this last Aleinu, we're going to embody this prayer. And I want to invite anyone who feels comfortable to move into wherever there is space. In the aisles, take up space. Use your body now. We're going to reach up, 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 and we're going to reach all the way down, 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 down to the ground. If you feel called, move into the aisles. Come right here onto this bima with us. Like Amichai said, this is not a stage. This is a sanctuary, and there is space here. Aleinu. It's on us. It is us. Aleinu. Lishabeh. La'adon hakol latet gedula liotzer bereshit shelo asanu kegoyei ha'atzot ולא שמענו כמשפחות האדמה, שלא שם חלקנו כהם, וגורלנו ככל המונם.
משתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש הקדוש ברוך הוא.
Aleinu. It's on us, all of us, to shape this community, to build, to lead this community into what we want it to be. So how can you do that beyond what you heard from Fran a few minutes ago? Hi, I'm Larry Green. I'm a member of the board, and I'm the chair of what's called the governance team. Now, you've been sitting on your tuchus for a couple of hours. I know you're really stoked to hear about governance and wondering what you want nothing more than that. This may not give you the 1 minute of adrenaline rush that you get from a TikTok video, but it has a far more lasting and satisfying impact on Lab Shul. So what do we mean by governance? Simply put, it's shorthand for how an organization is run and the rules and norms by which it's run that enable that. About a little over a year ago, the Lab Shul board started to take a fresh look at how we're governed and how we might more effectively support Lab Shul's mission and vision as we laid out in our 5-year strategic plan, which you can find on the website. Loads and loads of research and discussion took place, and that led to a slew of changes that are now being implemented. Very importantly, we shifted our structure so that the board and partnerhood, meaning we, could together support specific areas of need and be better representative of Lab Shul across multiple lines of diversity. And what do we mean by diversity? It's gender, it's sexuality, it's race, it's age, it's geography, it's health, it's money, it's household structure, it's expertise and skills. And by tapping into you, we build and strengthen Lab Shul, and we want to see more of that. Aleinu, it's on us, all of us. So what can you do about governance if you're sitting there? We want you to think hard, really hard, about 2 specific opportunities, both of which, for which we're seeking engaged, skilled, and talented people from you, from the partnerhood. The first is apply to join our board of directors. Every board member we have is deeply, deeply committed to moving Lab Shul to the next level. This is a giant, giant opportunity to have real deep impact at the most senior level of Lab Shul. The second way you can impact if you, for whatever reason, are not interested in applying for the board, that's fine, is to think about signing up for one of our teams or task forces. So teams, very simply, they're just standing committees, and we've got 5 of them: revenue generation, finance, governance, my favorite, programming, and READ, the racial equality, equity and action delegation, which you heard, you saw some of the representatives earlier today, and Franny addressed. And then we have, so those are committees, those are standing committees. And then we have task forces, which are, there are 7 of those. They're much more specific, and they cover things like marketing communications, real estate, finding a home, legal issues, medical issues, human resources, technology, and we have a task force, for board nominations. So we want to hear from you if you're interested in applying to sit on the board or joining one of those task forces or teams. After the holidays, you'll all receive an email about all this, so we don't waste any more time on this right now. But in the meantime, if you have any questions, please call Sam at LabShul, or just send a 1-sentence email to LabShul saying that you'd like to learn more. And if you're not sure how to contact us, you've got these cards, and there's a QR code that Amichai spoke about earlier. Just go to the QR code, and you can get the contact information there. We're looking for motivated and skilled and talented people for the board, for the task forces, and those teams. This is work, and the payoff, though, is large. It's immense for you personally and for all of LabShul. Joining the board or one of our teams or task forces is your shot at demonstrating you walk the walk and you talk the talk, that it's on you, not some other person. And on behalf of the full board, just want to say, may you have a very easy fast and a wonderful new year. Say it with us, Aleinu, it's on
Aleinu.
us.
Thank you, Larry.
Aleinu, Aleinu.
Thank you, Larry, and the board, and Sarah, who's joined us, for all the hard work backstage and on. And as we are ending this morning, this afternoon, I want to just thank again those of us who are here, all the inspirations. You see the slide with the compositions, the musicians, our inspirations for today. That QR code indeed has more about what went into every single bit of today and what is going to go still happening this afternoon. So if I can have the next slide, please. What's coming next is that at 2 o'clock, the B Mitzvah families with our team and me will be meeting to talk about coming of age this particular year. If you're among that age group, we'll be out in the tents. At 3 o'clock, Reverend Derek and myself will be out in the tent and on Zoom to ask where do we go from here. Continued our work on dismantling racism and taking Shiviti into sacred activism. It will be a shared learning session. At 4:45 p.m., Naomi has helped us to curate and lead a group of faith leaders for our annual All Faith Ritual for Healing. And that's going to be right here and, of course, online. And then we're going to move into Neila. And we're not going to have a big breakfast here, just a little bite and sending us all on home to break this hunger strike for justice and continue yet another year. There are a couple more announcements. If you show me to the next slide, there are a couple of events on Sukkot, including the Unscrolled wrap-up of the season, Sunday, October 16th, in the Rockefeller Park, where we will open the Torah and really wrap the season. There's a virtual candlelight. For some reason in that photo, I'm bald. But otherwise, it is happening. My Aleph Bet Jew 101 course is beginning on November 2nd, all online. And Shabbasics, our monthly community-led online Shabbats, is starting shortly after. Many more things on our calendar for us this year. As Larry said, Aleinu, we are co-creating this new year with a lot of love and leadership from you and from our executive director.
I'm only here to say two things. I have very few words this holiday. I've been struggling with a little bit of health stuff, just my back. It's okay.
We've got your back.
It's taken over. So I appreciate everyone's understanding. Just two quick announcements. If you want to keep your seats and you're coming back for Neila later, I encourage you to leave personal items, of course, not of value and significant value, on your seats if you want the same seats. Whether you have reserved seats or general admission, we are not checking tickets on the way back in later on, okay? So please leave some personal items so that you can ensure that you have your seats. This is the best way that we can make this work with the theater. There will be plenty of seats later, I promise you that. I also wanted to announce there is a lost parking ticket. For someone who parked at 103 Warren Street, you can find me in the back row of the orchestra too. Shana Tova, have a meaningful fast if you are fasting.
Thank you for taking care of all things great and small. Friends, we're going to end with this. Please rise, please hold on to each other, and send this blessing on. For folks online, Gmar Tov.
Be blessed and protected by the divine presence. Glow in the grace of divine radiance. Face to face. Face to face with that divine mystery, to be present in peace.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom. May this remain a place of sanctuary. As we are leaving here, leave in peace. I invite us to say hello and check in with each other outside in the lobby, in the courtyard. If you're staying here to rest, there'll be quiet music. Thank you for joining us for this morning of Kippur. Shana Tova. Gmar Tov.
Because of the back of your head, so I'm getting good.
keep doing this for just another moment, but allow the sound as you're singing it just to feel it into your bodies. Let it be the sounds of your soul right now. Warm up to this.
Once upon a time.
Once upon a time. Once upon a time, a person hit rock bottom.
Once upon a time, a person fell into despair.
They couldn't see how the world would come out of it.
They didn't know a way forward to help the world.
They tried running. They hid. They froze.
It was all too much for them.
They didn't know which direction to turn.
They felt as though
ותשליכני מצולה בלבב ימים ונהר יסובבני כל משברך וגליך עלי עברו.
You threw me into the heart of the waters. The rivers wrapped around me. Your troubles, my troubles, wave after wave crashed into and over me.
עפפוני מים עד נפש תהום יסובבני סוף חבוש לראשי.
Water, like a python, wrapped and nearly choked my soul. The primordial deep blinded my sight. weeds slapping around my head.
These ancient cries, chanted from the deep, are from the book of Jonah, a text typically read and studied on the afternoon of Yom Kippur. And it's a story of a person who was called to be of service in the world, but felt pretty overwhelmed by the task. Sound familiar? He was way, way, way in the deep. And like many of us feel at moments of this sacred life. So how do we stay present in moments of challenge, even despair, as we may have moments of sinking into the deep? What tools do we have to acknowledge the very human feeling and help bring ourselves back up to the surface to be of service to the world? Or in other words, as the title of All Faith this year, how do we go inside to be able to go back outside? My name's Naomi Less, and I'm one of the founders and one of the ritual leaders here at Lab Shul, and I'll be doing some introductions in just a moment. But I must say we are in a time of deep uncertainty, and solid ground may not feel so solid anymore. Roe v. Wade, overturned. Climate crisis, economic uncertainty. When our spirits experience despair, how do we stay present, practicing self-compassion to sustain us in the long, long work of justice, healing, and peace? So on this holiest day of the Jewish calendar, as Lab Shul has for so many years, we gather together with siblings of other faiths, knowing that we, to atone and realign this for the year ahead, that we cannot do this in a vacuum, that we are part of an ecosystem for good, and only together we work to bring more justice and more healing to ourselves and to the world. And today we're going to explore myriad faith practices to help us to empty out, to go inside, and yes, even possibly to cry out together as a large multi-faith community. So the invitation is to dive as deep into the waters as your spirit allows you, knowing we will be together here to hold each other, even online and in the space here in New York, Manhattan. I almost said Brooklyn. I want to acknowledge the incredible souls that are on this stage. I'm going to start with an empty chair. Our beloved sister, sibling, Reverend Diane Boissiere, who has been a part of these gatherings and has taught us in the Lab Shul community so much, so many times. We're holding her. She was in a very terrible car accident and is in deep pain and is on the long, long path to healing, and she is with us. You are with us, Reverend D. I want to introduce to my left, Naz Ahmed Georges, the Executive Director of Cordoba House, a community committed to leading and engaging and promoting a distinctly contemporary, pluralistic, I'll say artist-driven too, and spiritual American Muslim identity in the United States. Welcome.
Thank you.
Tehila Eisenstadt, who is my sort of co-crafter and brain sharer of this all-faith ritual this year, is the founder of God Conversations, a multi-faith project bringing faith leaders together for learning and inquiry and support. And she's an educational consultant for Muslim, Jewish, and children's educational TV programs and a rabbinical student at the Academy for Jewish Religion. My sister, Joyce Aduwumi, is Asiwaju Awo of New York State, Pathfinder for all African faith practitioners, is a Taeshe of First Aboruboye had it before, Aburuboye Elidan Fraternity, the coordinator of Hataf, the Healing Teaching Temple of African Faith, and the International New York branch president and founder of the New York African Chorus Ensemble. And cultural ambassador of the Nigerian Embassy and Assembly. And never sleeps, basically. No. Shira Klein, my sister, a queer performance and ritual artist, is co-founder and spiritual leader of Lab Shul and known in the sanctuary as a spiritual adventurist. Her work is in the field of sacred play. Rebecca Goldsmith is an artist, vocal coach, and group facilitator who works with ritual, song, and body-based practices to support people to liberate the individual and collective voice, and is one of our artists in residences this year for High Holy Days. Achala Shaoxi Wang is a chaplain at the New York Zen Center for Contemplative Care, mentor of the Zen Center's educational programs in contemplative care and chaplaincy, and an English-Chinese translator of Buddhist work. We haven't vibed on the translation thing yet, but we'll talk after, definitely. And then Ari Mans, way over there at the end. Ari Mans, scholar, learner, published writer, artist, and queer liturgist, serves as board president of Amud, a premier organization providing Jewish education for Jews of color. They are a Lab Shul ritual team member and are a programs and communication manager. And Ari also serves as the coordinator for the Wexner Heritage Program, New York Jews of Color cohort. This is no joke up here. So I want to invite us back into that ancient story of Jonah to take us into today's practices.
לקצבי הרים ירדתי הארץ בריחיה ועבדי לעולם ותעל משחת חיי אדוני אלוהי.
I went down to the bottom of the mountains where I was trapped forever, but you brought me out from the worst of it.
בהתעטף עלי נפשי את אדוני זכרתי ותבוא אליך תפילתי אליך
As I felt my soul disappearing, I remembered you. This was how my prayer could burst into the holy sanctuary of your ear, for you to hear me.
African traditional religious system is called Ifa or Fa in some places, and it even bears other names in other African societies and countries. In the Americas, it is called Yoruba religion. Today, I will be referring to it as Ifa. Ifa is the wisdom, the esoteric language of God Eledumare. The solution to every problem in this world can be found in Ifa. We believe that there's an aspect of Eledumare in every single person, and that they're celestial beings created by them to be our guiding spirits and their messengers. In Yoruba language, we use the pronouns they, them, and their when referring to Eledumare. We believe that when you pray and you trust that Eledumare wants you to be happy, healthy, prosperous, and fruitful, you can receive the messages that will direct you back onto the path of restoration and healing. We listen and follow the instructions of our inner voice. It is the voice of our guardian spirit sent by Eledumare. We try not to rationalize it. We trust that Eledumare wants the best for us and wants us to always demonstrate good character called Iwakwele. We let go of all inhibitions and trust the message, and then obey the instructions given to us. We believe that we are never alone. You may feel lonely, but you're never alone. Divination is the process through which we connect with Eledumare to get confirmation and elaboration on the messages that we receive. Through the process of divination, Eledumare will give you a solution to the problems, to your problems. In the Bible, divination was referred to as casting the lots. In ancient Israel, the high priest used a tradition of casting lots for important decisions. It amounted to consulting God for an answer, as is confirmed by the book of Proverbs. I quote, the lot is cast into the lap, but the whole disposing of it is from the Lord. Proverbs 16:33, HBFV, end quote. I recently learned from my Jewish sister that in the Jewish faith, divining stone called the Urim and Thummim, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, were used. In African traditional religion, we believe that Eledumare speaks to us through the Okwele, Ifa. The information contained in Ifa, the esoteric language of Eledumare, has been passed down from generation to generation from the beginning of the world. Divination is usually conducted by a knowledgeable priest called a Babalawo, who has studied Ifa for practically his whole life. The Babalawo will ask you to pray. You're not praying to the Babalawo. You're praying to the Supreme Being, the great mind, Eledumare. You must go within and connect with that aspect of Eledumare and say what you have been going through and what you want. It's okay for you to cry out. You're not speaking to the Babalawo, and neither will what he will tell you be a product of his own reasoning or that of any other human being. The Babalawo focuses to connect with that aspect of Eledumare within him as he casts the divining instrument of Wele. Based on the formation of this instrument, he is able to translate the message sent by Eledumare. The message will contain the solution to your problem. We cannot navigate this world alone. We were not meant to. That small aspect of the world that you know is nothing compared to the wisdom of Eledumare. So you need to pray and ask Eledumare to intervene and help restore your joy. In closing, pray, trust, and obey. Articulate what you need. Go within to that place where that aspect of Eledumare dwells within you. Cry out and articulate what you want and don't want. It's okay. Let your guiding spirit know. Today, we're going to practice some aspects of our tradition, minus the divination part. I hope you would join us.
שפכי כמים ליבך, נוכח פני אדוני.
Pour out your heart like water in the presence of Adonai. I might be different from some of you. I thought I had no idea how to do that. I thought, how do you do the pouring out of your heart? And then I realized when I fall into the lap of a friend and say, I can't anymore, or I speak to my therapist and say, how? Or I ask Alexa for love songs of the 80s. I find a way in. And I was wondering, in this illustrious group, what are your ways in? If maybe not Alexa, maybe not a book of poetry or a favorite piece of art, but I'm asking all of you, if you would be so bold, what are one of the ways in? I'm also asking you. Meditation. Music. Yoga. Looking at your husband.
Oh.
One more time. Nature. Dancing at a concert. Looking for others. What? Oh, cooking.
Cooking for others.
Both are good. Cooking is yummier. Laughter is a way in. Appreciating the moment. Did somebody say poetry? Amen. Finding ways to document my life as a way in. The skies? Looking at the skies. Yeah. Naz, I feel like we've discussed this before. What is your way in?
Yes, we have actually, Tahila. So for me, I submit into the presence of something that is so much greater than myself, a presence that is eternal, and a presence that is, as Joyce mentioned, within all of us. And in fact, the word Islam, as most of us know, means to submit. But it doesn't mean that we submit to a God who is authoritarian. Actually, it's just the opposite. It means to submit ourselves and flow into that eternal presence, that eternal universe, to submit ourselves, as Tahila mentioned, into the lap of a friend, except for the difference is, this friend we're talking about is also a protector. In the Quran, he's known as Al-Wali. Wali is a word for the protecting friend or the protector. So this is what we do, Tahila. We submit ourselves into an eternal presence that is within you, that is within me, that is part of the universe, that has existed before time exists and will exist when time is rolled up into existence itself. And that is exactly what Prophet Jonah, also known as Yunus in the Islamic tradition, did. He was entrusted in the Islamic scriptures, as in the Jewish and the biblical scriptures, with a mission from God to call his people to that higher presence. But at a certain point, as Naomi mentioned, he was overwhelmed. So he tried to run. And he ran. And he hid. And he found himself hidden in the belly of a whale, like so many of us may have found ourselves. The metaphor of the belly of a whale is to find ourselves in deep despair, at a moment of deep darkness. And at this point, at the lowest point of his life, he did not have anywhere to run or to hide anymore. So he cried out and acknowledged to his Creator that, "Oh Lord, indeed, I am one of the wrongdoers. I made a mistake, and I'm sorry. And you are exalted. You are blameless. Glory be to you. And I'm sorry. Please pull me out of this deep despair." And the words of the Quran go like this. These were the very words of Jonah when he found himself in the darkness. La ilaha illa anta subhanaka inni kuntum minadh-dhalimin. And he cried out, "O God, there is no God but you. You are exalted, and indeed, I have made a mistake. So help me." And he cried out, and he cried out, until God not only pulled him out of darkness and saved him, but God also saved all the believers who chanted in a similar way that Jonah did. So I would like to invite whoever is comfortable crying out and chanting out the chant of Jonah to be asked to be saved from darkness and pulled out of the darkness of his soul into the light of the day again. And I don't know, this is a question for the audience, how many times do you think that we need to cry out to God before we get saved? Any answers? Any guesses?
We'll see.
We'll see? All right. Then may I just invite whoever is comfortable to join me. I'll say it first 3 times, and then I will break it down so that whoever would like to join me may join me. The first time, I'll just say it so you can hear it. This is Jonah crying out, "La ilaha illa anta subhanaka inni kuntum minaz-zalimin. La ilaha illa anta subhanaka inni kuntum minaz-zalimin. La ilaha illa anta subhanaka inni kuntum minadh-dhalimin." And now I'm just going to say the first part, and you can repeat it after me if you're comfortable. La ilaha,
La ilaha
illa anta,
illa anta
subhanaka,
subhanaka
inni kuntum
inni kuntu
minadh-dhalimin.
minadh-dhalimin.
2 more times. La ilaha,
La ilaha
illa anta,
illa anta
subhanaka,
subhanaka
inni kuntum
inni kuntu
minadh-dhalimin.
minadh-dhalimin.
One last time. La ilaha,
La ilaha
illa anta,
illa anta
subhanaka,
subhanaka
inni kuntum
inni kuntu
minadh-dhalimin.
minadh-dhalimin.
O God, you are indeed our protector. You are our trusted Lord, and you say that you are capable of all things, and indeed you are capable. O God, we ask you in this day of Yom Kippur to save our names in the eternal book, that we may do good and we may greet you in the day of the light, and that you may save us out of the depths of darkness and bring us out together into light.
Amen. This sense of trust that we can cry out our deepest suffering, it's actually also present in Buddhist tradition. It's a very rarely known fact that in Buddhism, we don't always sit in silence or chanting the beautiful chants, but there are also ceremonies that actually would cry out our deepest suffering. So once a year in Zen tradition, for example, we have a ceremony called Jizo ceremony. It is a time for the parents to gather together to really feeling the deepest pain and compassion for the loss of their young child. In Japanese culture, they call it children, but it's really referring to children who died probably under a year or two, including miscarriage, abortion from stillbirth. So there's a time the officiant really wailing out very loudly that deepest grief and suffering. That is a time for everybody to join the suffering and to cry it out, to empty out. Like earlier, Joyce has shared that we need to empty our deepest darkness, suffering, sorrow, lamentation. And what happens after we empty out? Then there's opportunity for compassion to flow in, to fill in that empty space. So in Buddhism, we have a bodhisattva of the great compassion. So bodhisattva is a being, can be human being, divine being, any being, that vow to awakening for the benefit of all beings. So someone who vowed to awakening. So bodhi means awakening, sattva means being. So we have a very important passage and text in Buddhism that introduces this bodhisattva of great compassion. It's called the Lotus Sutra. And in one of the chapters in the Lotus Sutra, talk about this bodhisattva. Like you may heard of their names in many translations, maybe Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, or Guanyin, Guanshi-in Bodhisattva, or Kannan in Japanese. And here, one of the English translation of their name, I use the pronoun them because in Buddhism, all the bodhisattvas, when they are attained certain level of awakening, actually they can show up in a gender fluid way, that they are responding to the cry out of sentient beings in whatever forms that is appealing to them, that is be able to connect with them, echoing with them, so they can show up in male form, female form, non-binary form, or animal form. So that's why this bodhisattva of great compassion can be anyone that show up in your life that you truly trust. It can be a symbol for you that you can find compassion within and without. So in the Lotus Scripture, this chapter is called the Universe Gateway. Of the Bodhisattva, regarder of the cries of the world. So this Bodhisattva hears the cries of the world, hears the suffering, join and respond to them in their suffering, and allowing the compassion to work through you. It's the most important elements that you can find the resonance in this Bodhisattva. So in our next slides, yes, you can see that, please go back to the previous
one slide, please.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a very beginning chapter of introducing this Bodhisattva. This chapter actually talk about a lot of scenarios where you can find help with this Bodhisattva. But this first scenario is very related to Jonah's story, which is about like there's a time people who live nearby the ocean, nearby the sea, they go to sea sailing, or they go to try to find the jewelries in the ocean, in the sea, and then there might be a lot of dangers, back in the time, especially dangerous when there's big waves, and there's also sometimes evil spirits that try to get the boat in trouble. So in those times, whoever's on the boat, even just that one person can sincerely call this bodhisattva's name, and then everybody can be saved. So it's really, I would like to invite all of you to read this chapter together with me if you like to, or you may just listen, like this bodhisattva, really hear, really listen. So this bodhisattva's name is called the regarder of the Christ of the world. So the reason it's regarder, he's not just listening, just hearing, but actually seeing, understanding the suffering, using contemplation and compassion together. Okay, let's take a look at this nice chapter. Right. Good person. If there were countless hundreds of thousands of billions of living beings experiencing suffering and agony, who heard of this regarder of the Christ of the world Bodhisattva and wholeheartedly called her name, regarder of the Christ of the world Bodhisattva would immediately hear their cries, and all of them would be freed. If anyone who embraces the name of the regarder of the Christ of the world Bodhisattva falls into a great fire, the fire will not burn that person due to the divine authority and power of that Bodhisattva. If anyone carried away by a flood calls her name, that person will immediately reach some shallows. If there are hundreds of thousands of billions of beings who, in search of gold, silver, lapis lazuli, seashell, agate, coral, amber, pearls, and other treasures, go out to sea and have their ships blown off course by a fierce wind to the land of the ogre demons. And if among them there's even a single person who calls the name of regarder of the Christ of the world Bodhisattva, all those people will be saved from difficulties caused by the ogres. This is why the Bodhisattva is named regarder of the Christ of the world. Now I invite you to silently sit for a moment to see how are those images symbolized in your own life, and see where in those moments you can cry out the compassion that's within you, within the nature.
So as Tehillah, first of all, Achal, thank you, Joyce and Naz. As Achala invited us to, and as Tehillah also mentioned earlier, there are these different ways that we may, when we are in this deep space, deep place, cry, call out, ask for help. And sometimes it's not so comfortable, you know? Sometimes we may not have that lap of the friend right there, or the therapist, or just our heart maybe have some shell around it that needs to be a little bit melted or cracked a little bit. And there are these sacred tools that often are utilized in traditions as well to activate. We're going to go into a practice in a moment. A practice that kind of conjures up a lot of what has been shared already, whether it's a deep belly of the whale cry and sort of surrendering and submission, or whether it's really articulating what you need, whether it's to ask on behalf of everybody that might be suffering. There are some tools that we have to utilize to allow us the space to maybe not feel self-conscious about this, or to allow, as I said in the beginning, you to go as deep as your spirit will allow you to go today. Some of you have prayer shawls, and intimacy and anonymity may be the thing that is going to be helpful to you. Some it may be just silence, some it may be a wail, a cry. We also have the ram's horn, which Joyce and I made this discovery, is really significant in both of our traditions. Do you want to share the ram's horn?
The ram's horn in African traditional religion is associated with the Orisha, the deity Oya. She represents transformation. She is the whirlwind who changes things. So when you see a priestess of Oya, you'll see a ram's horn on her hand to signify that she is a devotee of Oya.
And similarly, in the Jewish tradition, the ram's horn, which is symbolic of many things, the cry and call of the mother, the alarm clock that wakes us up to transformation, possibility. So I will use this ram's horn as a bed under which we might speak or say nothing, cry, call out, articulate what we need, the words of our heart from the depths, going inside to be able to go back outside. Rebecca is going to lead us into this. And again, whatever it is, whether it's from the sources of divination where you articulate what you need, whether it's just a cry out, or whether it's silence, this is an opportunity to go inside, to come back outside.
So we'll begin with breath, which is the very first place we find. Let yourself, like water, walk gently in to whatever is calling for you today. Follow it, let it move you. And let's be brave together. Taking deep breaths in. And as you exhale, start to put a little sound on the exhale. Let the sound move through you as you do. You might find a long tone to hum. You might find a particular sound that wants to be repeated over and over again. Don't let it be rational, let it just come. Swim in the waters. Let your heart pour out in the waters.
In the next minute, I invite you continue to sit in silence, but really to listen, because silence within can be very loud. So you will hear a bell, and then you try to close your eyes and connect with your heart, to listen to yourself, this community, and to infinite, to see what you can hear.
I'm not alone. You're not alone. I'm not alone. When
What I love about being in dialogue with my siblings is we don't always have to agree. I don't see Jonah's trust. I see Jonah's fight and flight and freeze on the boat, in the fish, under the gourd. I see Jonah thinking he had to do it alone. And I see God giving Jonah space to contemplate, to realize that he's not alone. But Jonah needed somebody there with him, Negdi Tamid, facing into him, to let him know he could trust and that he was not alone. What would have happened if someone was there, in the storm, in the fish, under the gourd, to remind him to return to presence with others?
Negdi, from the Hebrew root, Nun Gimel Daled, which can mean line, direction. I'm going to add alignment as well, can also mean those things. When we think about being le negdi, the lamed, the le sound, to one another, how can we be in alignment to one another? But we also see this word negdi in Bereshit, when God speaks to Adam and says, it's not good for you to be alone. You need ezer kenegdo, a helper. Ke, this is a fun root. Shira and I looked at this root together. It can mean like or when or because. It means a lot of really wild things sometimes that can change what the word after it means. But a helper like yourself, like your direction, in alignment with you almost. And I think what I'm thinking about in the Jonah story, in conversation with Tehillah a little bit, is what if this wasn't something that he had to do by himself? I've really been inspired by the writing of Sean Crawley lately. He wrote a book called The Lonely Letters. He is a Black, gay, religious studies and performance studies scholar raised in the Pentecostal tradition. And he writes in his tradition that there is the idea of when things go wrong, instead of retreating into ourselves, of retreating into sociality, retreating into one another, finding one another, and having that be the place from where we move, from where we make new decisions, from where we decide how to rebuild our world. And I have been studying Talmud pretty seriously now for about a year and a half. And in the yeshiva that I study, a major part of our one-on-one time together, our Kavruta time, the sacred fellowship, begins with checking in with one another. And so this idea that in order to be able to do any sort of deep work, you have to be lenegdi, like as the person in front of you. You have to be able to see them as a whole person. And that includes really asking, how are you? Checking in, getting to know them.
And I know, Achala, you mentioned to me that there was something sort of similar in the Zen tradition.
Yeah, in Zen tradition, usually after being in silence, we invite people to an open sozan, which is the practice of listening and speaking from the heart. This is one of the ways Zen traditionally closes silent sitting practice and sharing one's experience and insight with the community.
So Ari, will you take us into this practice?
Absolutely. So I would like to invite us into a Kavruta practice. Kavruta is a pair. You can have a tri-vruta if you're 3 of you close to one another. But 2 or 3 people should get together with one another. And the Svara Yeshiva Kavruta practice model, the first thing you do when you meet with your Kavruta is you check in. And this feels really, really important. Often the hour that I have designated to Kavruta learning, 45 minutes of it is spent checking in. So you really want to get into this with the other person. So I invite you to take this opportunity, introduce yourself to your Kavruta. If you don't know them, find someone near you, introduce yourself, and ask, how are you? And then really take this opportunity to be vulnerable and tell someone how you are. And while you're listening, take the opportunity to witness and think about what's happening as you're witnessing. And take about 2 to 3 minutes each to check in with one another, and we'll come back together.
Would you like to check in with one another? Great, yeah. How are you? Yeah, very nice to see your face. Good, everyone was doing a circle. Yeah. Yeah. How's today been for you? Sure. How are you? I know you're very relaxed. There are times that I don't relax, but in general, it's like really nice. Yeah, it's definitely not good space for all of us. I'm good. I have a bit of a headache. We're very close to the end of our fast now. We're just a couple of hours away. I'm tired. Yeah, but I'm doing well. There was a moment when Naz joined our group. There's a practice to not bathe on Yom Kippur. And so because I worked yesterday, I haven't really bathed since like 11 in the morning yesterday. And Naz came in and smelled like amazing. Just like clean with there. So I was like, oh, like that to me was almost better than coffee at this point. So that was like a really juicy, exciting wake up for me. Yeah. Yep, those short naps are good. And you've been with us all morning, right? Yeah, all morning. Wow. Wow, you did the whole Yom Kippur. Oh, mazel tov. Oh, we'll say Shehecheyanu. It's a blessing you say. The first time you do. Yeah, I've got mine. We're okay. I'm gonna. I'll turn to you. Thank you, God. Spirit of the world, who has brought us here to this time now. I'm so happy that you got to do your first Yom Kippur. Yeah, it's been really lovely. It's hard for me sometimes because I'm not usually here with everyone feeling. You see that like very dark dot there, that's where I am. And it's a soundproof box. For most of the time, that's where like all the slides and stuff are coming from. So I've been able to find a few minutes.
I'm not alone. You're not alone. I'm not alone. We're not alone. I'm not alone. You're not alone. I'm not alone.
We're not alone. I'm not alone. You're not alone. I'm not alone. We're not alone. I'm not alone. You're not alone. I'm not alone. We're not alone. So I'm inviting you to come gently back in whatever way you want to express your gratitude for being heard and witnessed, to your Kavruta, to your sacred fellowship, your partner, a deep, deep gratitude to Ari for bringing us this practice today. And I want to thank every single person sitting with me on this bima: Achala, Rebecca, Shira, Joyce, Naz, Tehila. Thank you for bringing us all of these practices today to help us go inside. We have a kind of a closing prayer that was written just, 2 days ago by our friend Reverend Jess Cast, who used to be a New Yorker, but now is, what is the name of her church? She's in State College, Pennsylvania.
Yes, and I can picture it, but I'm having Yom Kippur end of day.
That's okay. But I, Reverend Jess, if you're watching, thank you for these words.
When we come together and pray unapologetically within our own tradition, we find that our own traditions guide us to be unabashedly multi-faith. There is a sacred permission we offer each other to lean on our practices, while our roots are firmly within our own traditions.
So thank you for the vulnerability here on this bima, on this stage, on this sacred space up here. And thank you for the vulnerability in your seats and at home. This may have been brand new to you. It was brand new to me. I've never participated in anything like that before, and I don't know if I ever will again. And so this was a real moment of presence in a lot of different ways with a lot of different spiritual tools to help us to empty ourselves out. And so we'll complete this prayer from Reverend Jess. Like aspen trees whose roots intermingle in order for the whole forest to thrive. We gather as individual trees, strengthened in spirit and soul in the forest of the mysterious ways the Holy One works. We listen to the thing beneath the thing. We listen to the thing beneath the thing. What I mean by that is what is the heart of the soul, though our words and rituals may be different. For it is that heart and the soul where compassion guides our movements. I want to invite us to consider one last word of wisdom, the antidote to Jonah from Bell Hooks, the late great author and activist from her most recent book, All About Love. Rarely, if ever, are any of us healed in isolation. So I want to invite you to consider who in your life, maybe outside of this space, maybe somebody in this space, you can commune with, possibly in sacred fellowship, to pray, to be witness, to cry out, to pour out your heart, for permission to be vulnerable with, so that you then may come back outside to all of us to be of service in this world for more healing and more peace. So we're going to head into our closing ritual, which is about gates closing on the time that we've been able to ask for forgiveness on Yom Kippur. Our last pouring out, our last cries of this intense period of reflection. I'm so grateful to these siblings for being with us on this day, on this most sacred day. And we do this together.
Sure, absolutely. So we'll have a moment of transition to feel free to stretch as we sing these words again about being in sacred communion together as we transition to Neila. I'm not alone, you're not alone, I'm not alone, we're not alone, I'm not alone, you're not alone, I'm not alone, we're not alone, I'm not alone, you're not alone, I'm not alone, we're not alone, I'm not alone, you're not alone, I'm not alone, we're not alone. And so the musicians will be joining us on stage for this transition. We'll have this music playing as you stretch, move your toes, greet somebody that's near you that may have just come in for this next ritual. I'm not alone, I'm not alone, we're not alone, I'm not alone, you're not alone, I'm not alone, we're not alone, I'm not alone, we're not alone, I'm not alone, we're not alone, I'm not alone, you're not alone, I'm not alone, we're not alone, I'm not alone, I'm not alone, I'm not alone, you're not alone, I'm not alone, alone, we're not alone, I'm not alone. Tehillah. Tehillah.
That's kind of what I assumed the answer would be. Oh.
I have a question for you. Oh.
Other sing for this closing before the gates close. We've got about an hour left of true prayer and meditation, and I want to invite you to come closer if you want.
Definitely
I
want to
hear
come
you
closer.
wherever you are. Who was that? Come close. If you've been in the back row and you want a front row seat, now is your chance. There's no reserved seats. The space is open. I will tell you, from the musician perspective, surrounding yourself with voices, that's where it's at. So come from the edges. Come in, come in, come in. alone. We're not alone. We're not alone. Nobody's alone. We're not alone. We're not alone. We're not alone.
We're not alone. We're not alone. We're not alone.
Sweet mother, I'm coming home.
Sweet mother, I'm coming home.
Now I know I'm not alone.
Now I know I'm not alone.
'Cause I've been far.
I've been far.
Now I'm close.
Now I'm close.
Sweet mother, I'm coming home.
Sweet mother, I'm coming home.
Tell me, mother, can you hear me sing?
Tell me, mother, can you hear me sing?
Your love is everything.
Your love is everything.
Heart and soul.
Heart and soul.
Breath and skin.
Breath and skin.
Your love is everything.
Your love is everything.
Oh, mother, please hold me tight.
Oh, mother, please hold me tight.
'Cause mother, I need some help tonight.
Mother, I need some help tonight.
And what went wrong
What went wrong?
will soon be right.
Be right.
Oh, mother, please hold me tight.
Oh, mother, please hold me tight. Tell me, mother, can you hear me sing? Tell me, mother, can you hear me sing? Your love is everything. Your love is everything. Heart and soul. Heart and soul. Breath and skin.
Ptach lanu sha'ar. 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 A little space in between those gates. A breath. Ptach lanu sha'ar. Ptach lanu sha'ar. Ptach lanu sha'ar. Ptach lanu sha'ar be'et ni'ilat 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 sha'ar. Ptach lanu sha'ar be'et ni'ilat
I don't know if the sun has set. It's been a cloudy day. It's hard to tell. Plus, we've been mostly in here. But it's about to. How many of you were here at 9 a.m. this morning with us? Then at 10, 11, 12. When I was growing up in our synagogue, they used to hand out snuff. Because we couldn't eat, but it was considered legit to like have this like snuff stuff, which I hated. But I remember all the, the old men loved it. And then I discovered this Jerusalem custom where you bring out myrtles and basil and mint on Yom Kippur afternoon, because you can't eat yet, but you can smell. So we have a lot of myrtle here, y'all. How many of us are fasting? Okay. Remember, this is a hunger strike. This is a hunger strike for justice. But you can smell. So myrtle is going to be used on Sukkot, the holiday in which we ask for rain, not in the just physical, but in all aspects of fulfillment. So I'm inviting you to start Sukkot right now. There you go, Kai. Take some myrtle. Thank you for modeling. I'm going to put this right here in the front of the stage. Please take some now and pass it on to others. Keep on smelling these hadassim, this myrtle. They're right here for us. Don't leave this bowl here by itself. It'll make it so sad. And do we all have up here? Well, here's more for all of us so we can smell myrtle all Neila long. And also feel free to start dismantling the flower arrangements because we're not leaving those here either. Thank you for your beautiful all-faith leadership. And you for yours. And you, Habibi. So while you are, hey Lana, while we are stocking up on myrtles, was that something you thought you'd be doing today? We want to bring us to good. Those of you who were, here we are. So this is the final stretch of our Day of Atonement. And there's more in the lobby. There's way more myrtles, so don't feel deprived. This is not one of those chosen, unchosen moments. That was this morning. There's plenty to go. Scarcity belongs to the past. So Neila means closing the door, which means that according to our tradition, according to our stories, in a few hours when we have let the sun softly set and we would hear the shofar blowing and we would break this hunger strike with just a taste of nourishment, this precious, rare day of atonement is complete. It means the gate is open for another hour and a half for us to sincerely put into place our intentions for the year. David, this is for you. Fadal Habibi. This morning, when we gathered, as early or as late as we did, the question was, what's on our heart that we need fixing? So we are not denying the fact that each and every one of us, no matter who and where from, and how and what we are, have something to work on. Fixing our values, our behaviors, our attitudes, guilt that's sitting on us for some misdeed, us being part of a larger structure of systemic, so much baggage that we've inherited, and we've talked about some of it this morning. The binary method of dividing us into those who are chosen and unchosen, better or worse, have and have not. We are part of this patriarchal, systemic, racist system. And then there's just our own personal stuff, not just the intergenerational trauma. So we asked ourselves this morning, what is one thing that I want to work on today? One thing to acknowledge so I can highlight and ideally delete. These are the high holy days. We're here to highlight and ideally delete. So I hope that whatever this morning brought up, and I know it brought up a lot for a lot of us, and this afternoon, the beautiful opportunities for learning, for meditating, for our beautiful all-faith ritual, for the work that Reverend Derek and I led together, and he sends his apologies. He's fasting and he wasn't feeling well, he went home. That we were able to ask the question, what is it that I am working on? What am I taking responsibility for? What do I want to fix? So we have an hour and a half. If you haven't yet thought of something that you concretely want to work on, this is really the last call. But we're moving out of that into the future. The gate that is going to be closed is the gate that is opening to our invitation. What do I want to do this year? How am I taking the past into the future? What part of better do I want to be part of? These are very private questions. And they are perhaps the most important ones that any one of us can ask. So on this day of privilege, the day of privilege of taking the time, and I know some of us have been here all day. Thumbs up, especially the children. To ask that question sincerely to our heart, perhaps to find an answer. And then throughout this Ne'ilah, to bring ourselves up, raise ourselves up, so as individuals and as a community, we can leave here knowing that we're ready for a year in which we will be ready to face, to change, to be individually and collectively a little better. And every year we move the needle just a teeny bit, and then we go back 5 steps, and then again. Is this the year in which whatever we commit to will truly move us further, deeper, higher into the we want to be? Perhaps. So Neila is a tender moment. We're tired, we're loopy, we haven't eaten. There's so much on my mind and on yours and in our hearts. There's so much we want better. So let's not waste this time on nonsense. We invite ourselves to really rise to this occasion of this Neila. Who knows who and how will be here next year? This is our time to own the past, to be Shiviti, present, and to open the door to a better future starting now. Some people stand for Neila, some people don't. If you're joining us online, whatever time zone you are in, you're invited to, even at home, to stand. And in a moment, those of us here will be invited so as well. And our ark, our barrel ark, you would have maybe noticed, was taken down to stand right at the foot of the stage for easy access. Another tradition on Neila is that as we open this gate, we take time to stand before an open ark alone for just a moment, as though one-on-one, Shiviti, face-to-face with mystery, with what's inside this ark, which is an invitation for a moment of reflection, of request, of an intention, of tefillah, conversation. So somehow it's worked in the past that there's a line that kind of forms, and if this is something you would like to do, this ark will be here all Neila long for just another moment of opening the gate a little deeper. And when we're done, we'll step outside, we'll bite into some challah, have a sip of wine. This is all our breakfast for this year. I know we'll all go elsewhere to devour quantities of lox New York is famous for, and other vegan delicacies. But not yet. We'll wish each other Shana Tova, but after we know we've done the work to earn it. And by the way, all the flowers, not just the myrtles, are yours to take. So when this is over, the mums, the flowers outside, take them. They are imbued with good energy into your season and beyond. Are we ready for Neila? We're ready to take this Shiviti, the presence of the intimate. The presence of this infinite. Let's rise. Let's make this Neila a welcome home.
Ay, 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 ay.
the gate you want to open right now? We're only naming a few, and we know that you got more. Want to shout them out? Folks online, put it in the comments. What gates do you want to open this year? Keep them coming.
Open up the gates of Torah and blessing. Open up the gates of gratitude and learning. Open up the gates of love and connection. Open up the gates of giving and receiving. Open up the gates of trust and pleasures. Open up the gates of abundance. Open up the gates of joy and resilience. Open up the gates of liberation.
So what we're doing, what we just did, is Shiviti to me. It's Havaya to me. It's Lenegdi to me. It's Tamid to me. Sound, sound, sound. It's everywhere, all around. Shiviti, when I'm in the presence, it's sound. Havaya, this divine life force, this creative life force, sound. Lenegdi, lenegadi, lenegadi, lenegadi. Even the word, it faces me, I face it, it swirls in me, it swirls through me. Sound. Tamid, tamid, tamid. Goes on and on and on. This is my practice. This is my sacred practice of sound opening and seeing what's here. As the gates are still open, I'm going to offer my practice, and if at any point you're inclined to join, please do. It just means taking a breath and starting with sound and seeing where it goes. No right or wrong. In fact, all right. All right.
This last vidui of this Yom Kippur is not one in which we beat our chest for what we've done wrong. Not that we are done yet with taking responsibility for what this past year is still demanding of us. But we are slowly transitioning into this latter part of Neila, where we are focusing on the future, what we want. Where we want the gates to open, and we want to take responsibility for also what we've done right. So we'll keep on doing those things and be those things moving forward. So this is an opportunity for us to bring our hands to our heart and bring self-loving to our bodies and our minds and souls, knowing that that is much to celebrate. And yet, there is so much more work to do.
We have loved. We have blessed. We have grown. We have spoken of beauty.
Aleinu. We have raised up. We have shown compassion. We have acted with enthusiasm. We have been empathetic. We've cultivated truth.
We have given good advice. We have respected. We have learned. We have forgiven. We have comforted.
We have been creative. We have worked for a better world. We have leaned in. We have been just. We have yearned for a healthy earth.
We have been kind.
Shakadnu.
We have given full effort.
Tamachnu.
We have supported.
Taramnu.
We have contributed.
Tikanu.
We have repaired. Blessed we are to dance on this ground with the rhythm of saints, to carry the sound. We hold a prayer for the earth, for the ones yet to come. May you walk in beauty and remember your song. Blessed we are. Dance on this ground with the rhythm of saints, to carry the sound. We hold a prayer for the earth, for the ones yet to come. May we walk in beauty and remember your song. Remember why we came here. Remember your life is sacred. Remember why we came here. Remember your life is sacred. Why we came here. Remember your life is sacred. Remember why we came here. Remember your life is sacred. Why we came here. Remember your life is sacred. Remember why we came here. Your life is
We don't know if there's a thing called the Book of Life. I think it's reasonable to assume that it is a metaphor. But who knows? We stood together at this time last year, not on this specific piece of earth, and yet together. And we said things, and we shed tears, and we sang songs. And I am pretty sure that most of us came up with stuff that we felt pretty badly for and wanted to fix. And we came up with affirmations and intentions and wishes and promises and vows. And it is probably a good thing that you don't remember And I don't remember exactly what we said last year, because here we are again, and there's a pretty decent chance that many of those things that we regretted, we did again. And things we wished for and promised for, we may not have manifested. And things we didn't want to happen, happened. And we lost friends and relatives. And we had dark moments and joyous ones. So I don't know if there is a thing called Book of Life. But I do know that we are standing here again and again, generation after generation, year after year, believing that if we give intention to our highest aspiration, there's a shot of getting there. And for when things don't come our way, I hope Shiviti is just one more tool in our toolbox to face, in the presence of the infinite, all that comes our way with grace, with breath, with patience, with compassion, and with courage. So here we are again. We're going to sing for the last time this Yom Kippur, B'Sefer Chaim. This book of life is going to shut. And we will be signed and sealed. Hit save. The PDF is done. Although we know that life is really just an ongoing Google Doc. But go with me for just a moment on this metaphor and give your best intention to what it is that you right now really want to put into that ark, into your heart. Not just for you, but just for us. For what this city needs and what this country needs. For what the planet needs. For what this community needs. For what your family deserves. For what could be better. I hope we are together in some way, somewhere next year. And we'll look back and say, we did our best for better. That's all that we can really do. Let's open that book before we close it. Dream big. Dream really big. Because maybe we are the authors. And our dreams come true.
בספר חיים, ברכה ושלום, ופרנסה טובה.
imagine that one of us, in our desire for the book of life, wrote down that in the elections that are coming up, in the United States, let's say, or Israel, the unthinkable happens because we all put it in the book of life, that everybody shows up to vote. Good, laugh, and it might happen. And it's not just the people who are on that side, but on this side and on all sides, and that somebody in Israel wakes up and says, okay, we now have a majority to sign a peace accord. So Oseh HaShalom is not just metaphor, but some side it has to start. David Rosa has been working for it long enough, and so has Libby. Inshallah, friends, inshallah is a word that we throw around that says, may it be God's will, but it begins with us. Yehi Ratzon. And I'm not going to even get started about the midterms, because so much can go right. And it will take a lot of work, and not just prayer. So what will a year of sacred activism look like for you? What will it look like and feel like and really change if we take Shiviti as an invitation for holy force, for sacred activism on whatever level? It does not have to be politics. I invite us to sit down for just a few minutes and turn to someone standing next to you and honestly share with your heart and with each other, what does this year of sacred activism look like for me? What am I committing to? And those of you online and into the ark, whisper it into the ark. And those of you online, just talk to each other. Let's just take a few moments. You're not just talking. You are putting this into the book of life, your book of life.
One way that I've tended to show up is in short.
I know we could be talking about this all night long. There's nothing you want more than being sacred activists. Right, John?
Aleinu.
Aleinu.
It's on us. It's on us to be and embody sacred activism.
Into your mic. Embody the voice.
Okay, great. I don't usually, well, okay. It's on us. It's on us to embody sacred activism. So as you're thinking about this idea that we've been wrestling with over these days, I want you to notice what's happening in your body right now. Like maybe you feel a little bit excited.
And feel free to sit if you
Yeah, sit down,
standing.
sit down.
We'll stand up again in a moment.
That's okay. But notice if there is any part of you that's maybe feeling a little bit excited. Or maybe ready. Like ready to step up and step in to something. And if you can't feel that right now, that's totally fine. Maybe think about a time when you did feel that way. See if you can invite it in. And when you start to find that readiness, that excitement, that whatever word it is that you would put on that feeling, let it grow. Really focus in and give it some nurturing and let it blossom within you. Let it take over your whole being. And it's not enough. We can't do it alone. We have to do this together. We have to do it in community. And so I want to invite you again to turn to the people around you, but I don't want you to talk. I want you, I know it can be embarrassing, it can be vulnerable, but to really feel into that sense, that willingness for sacred activism, to feel into it and to share it with someone else, with your eyes, with your heart, without your words. And to support somebody else in nurturing that own sense for themselves too. So really, I mean it, take a look at each other. Take some time. Look into each other's eyes. I know it can be hard. Take a moment together. Because we can't do this alone. And when you feel ready to let that feeling grow and grow inside you, let it blossom out into the space between all of us, into this whole room and beyond, to let it take over and to rise up. And when you rise up, it might be that you need to jump out of your seat because you're ready. And it might be like, I'm gonna stand up slowly and take my time. But when you feel ready, I know you might be ready. Uh-huh. Yeah.
I believe.
And rise up when you're ready.
I believe in being ready. I believe in being ready, for the time is drawing near.
Beloved family, please get ready. Beloved family, please get ready. Beloved family, please get ready, for the time is drawing near. Hearts will open with compassion. Hearts will open with compassion. Hearts will open with compassion, for the time is drawing near.
Thank you, Sam, for helping us rise up and face each other. That is Shiviti in action. And we are really in the final stretch before we're going to get into this trance-like gate is closing. You are running through the airport. This is it. But just before we get there, one more moment of reflection on the year that was, the pains we are holding, the mourners among us. When we say Kaddish, we need a minyan, we need a quorum, so that we hold each other up. To know that we don't know what comes and who and what waits us this coming year, but we are saying Kaddish now with the mourners, with those of us who are remembering, as we did this morning, loved ones, and saying Kaddish, a moment of sanctification for every soul upon this planet who maybe just today, or in the last few days, breathed its last. Some held with love, some not, and every single soul remembered. So as we say this last Kaddish of the year, if you are on the screen with us, if there's a name you want to put in the screen of a relative, of a friend, of an ancestor, of a teacher, of somebody departed, please do so as we say goodbye to this year and open the gate to the next. And those of us here, I invite you to whisper or to name the ones whose memory you hold right now. And we are risen to the Kaddish. יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה, בעלמא דברך חירותי וימליך מלכותי, בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי לכל בית ישראל, בעגלה ובזמן קריב אמרו אמן. יהא שמי רבה מברך לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי נקודשה ברכו. לעילה לעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה דאמירן בעלמה ואמרו אמן. יהא שלמה רבה מן שמיה וחיים טובים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי תבל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום ממרומיו ויעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי תבל ואמרו אמן. Memories bring blessings. For those of you who are completely fed up with Shiviti, good news, it's the final one. Although we will come to this concept throughout the year to learn what it has more to offer us. But this slide is from North Africa. It is from Algiers, if I'm not mistaken. And it is an intention for tefillah, for prayer. And it says on the bottom, Shiviti, Havaya, Lenegdi, Tamid, and Mizrach, the East. And often these type of Shivitis are the front page of a book. It is the book gate, Sha'ar. And when you open a book, it is a gate into another domain. And so this Shiviti, like so many others, is a book gate. It's an invitation to enter a domain. And this is the domain through which we enter to open up the gates that we are seeking. All the ones we sang before, the ones you screamed, the ones yet to be mentioned. Through the gate of the east, the sunrise as this sun sets into our wildest dreams and expectations. So let's open up the gates, my friends, before they close on us. And this year, transitions.
שערי צדק אהובה אבינו מלכנו, חטאנו לפניך. אבינו מלכנו, חבל עלינו ועל עוללינו ותרבנו. אבינו מלכנו, כלה דבר וחרב ורעה מעלינו. אבינו מלכנו, חדש עלינו ומסתים מעלינו. אבינו מלכנו, אבינו מלכנו, חותמנו בספר חיים טובים. אבינו מלכנו, חדש עלינו, חדש עלינו, שנה טובה. אבינו מלכנו, אבינו מלכנו, חדש עלינו, שנה טובה. אבינו מלכנו, שמע קולנו, שמע קולנו, שמע אבינו מלכנו, אבינו מלכנו, אבינו מלכנו, חננו ועננו, כי אין בנו מעשים. עשה עמנו צדקה וחסד. עשה עמנו צדקה וחסד והושיענו.
תקיעה גדולה. Friends, we raise this cup, these cups, thank you, dear goats, to the presence of being here in the presence of the infinite, with gratitude to every single beautiful musician, leader, shofar blower, board member, tech people, schleppers, volunteers, IT, folks online, people I'm definitely forgetting, every single one of us for being here, Sarah for being the captain of the ship in a major way. This Yom Kippur is over and the year has just begun. I hope it is a year of sacred activism and Shiviti all year long. Thank you for being part of this community in so many ways. We're going to break our fast outside together. Let's please stick around to hug and greet and eat and take the flowers and see you soon. Shana Tova. And folks online, thank you for joining us on screen. L'chaim. May it be in health. Yeah, we gotta bless this. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu Ruach haolam Borei pri hagafen. Amen. And there's some bread here. Thank you, kids. Easy on the wine, dude. Remember last year? All right, here we go. A spiral bread. Please hold on to each other. Folks, find someone to be braided with.
We're the goats, Abba.
And with the goats.
We're the
Baruch
goats.
atah Adonai Eloheinu Ruach haolam hamotzi lechem min haaretz. You hungry? I know I was going to.
Your